1 2 testing sound 1 2.
Yeah, can hear you. Can hear it to you. Okay.
Asilinde kancane ngoba nekhansela leli asemsungulu ngazo ubhizi ngalo uthebo awukafiki uthathe endleleni cha kuzokhuluma ukhansela umtshalo umeya-ke uthi ukhansela othunye uthebo akathi kungatholakala
Ready for over.
yozoqala la lokhansela angafiki bese kungasamfaki efika
Kwaba inkinga nakwi-children's parliament.
bese ngiyakutshela nje ukuthi ngizovele umfundisi ukhona
Yebo, khona.
make ngalokhu uze nje asilinde nje ukuthi abuyele ngaphakathi ngizobeka How? How? Oh, bengeke ngicabanga ukuthi ngibona. Naphela ba? Oh, awugenene nomfono. Oh. Okay. No, second. Ngiyajabula. Ngiyajabula. Alright. Ngiyabona lo basi ngifuna yazi somlomo-ke manje sibambezana ngiyangifonela abantu bami. Hayi animthatheni phela nimtshele umhlangano misowe yena. Sholo. Hello? Sure, good. No, I'm trying to come back. You see, I see it in there. Good morning, Sanbonani. We are 17 minutes late. Also, mlomo wethu thanda ukuthi siqale isikhathi sesidlulile. So we're going to start, colleagues. Igama lami nguSifiso ngwakwaSonjica Sibongo. Ngusihlalo wekomiti elibizwa ngokuthi Public Participation and Petitions. Mawufuna ukulibuza kalula nje OP abathathu. Triple P. Ngoba abanye bayethi lide kakhulu. So ke ngiphathiswe nje ukuthi namhlanje ngizoba usihlalo walomhlangano. Ngibize ikhulumi. Kodwa sizochaza ke masiqala ngohlelo lwethu. Ngiyafisa ukuthi singakaqhubeki kakhulu ngicele ubaba umfundisi uNtshangase. uReverend T Nchangase umgungundlovu District Interfaith ukuthi azo sivulela ngomkhuleko.
Siyabonga ke, siyabonga Nkosi Jesu ukulondolo uzwa kamnandi ke kamnandi ukuhlala kuwe Baba kumnandi kunokuphila ukuphakade ukuhlala kuwe Baba kumnandi kunokuphila ukuphakade. Baba wethu oyingcwele yise Nkosi yethu Jesu Kristu, umusa wakho nothando lwakho nobukhulu bakho Jehova kumiphakade. Baba siyabonga ekseni ukuvuka sisaphilile ninyamhla nomphefumulo. Siyakumema moya ingcwele kuko konke esizokuzwa esokukhuluma esizokubona ukuba uNkulunkulu oyingcwele sikwenze baba ngothando nakothembeka nokukhulu baba okuvela kuwe Jehova ukuba izwi lakho baba limi njalo izwi lakho alijiki izwi lakho baba alibuyi lilambatha izwi lakho liyawenza umsebenzi ezimpilweni zethu sigcineke uNkulunkulu wethu onamandla kuko konke esizokwenza ngoKristu eyinkosi nomsindisi osifele siphambanweni kusukela manje kuze phakade amen. Ngiyabingelela egameni lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha ngibingelela abaholi abakhona ngizothi all protocol observe. Ngithanda ukuthi ngidlulise nje amazwi amafishane engeziwafunda amanye awo kodwa ngizocela ukuthi ubhale phansi lapha na kwincwadi yabaseKoloshe Colossians 3 verse 17 kunezwi ozolithola lapho uPsalms 57 verse 2 ufundeka kanje uthi inkosi siphe ukuhlakanipha kukho konke. Inkosi siphe ukuhlakanipha kuko konke. Kungani ngikhethe lamazwi ingoba moya incwadini kaJohane uJohane umvangeli kukhona izwi lokuqala isahluko sokuqala lithi ekuqaleni wayekhona ulizwi, ulizwi wayenguNkulunkulu, ulizwi wayenguNkulunkulu, yena lowo wayekhona ekuqaleni kuNkulunkulu, konke kwavela ngaye, akukho lutho olwadalwayo kukho konke oludaliweyo olungavelanga ngaye. Kuye kwakukhona ukuphila, lokhu kuphila okungukukhanya kwabantu. Ukukhanya kukhanya ebumnyameni, kepha ubumnyama abukwazanga ukukugcina ukukhanya. Kwafika umuntu owayethunywe nguNkulunkulu ogama lakhe nguJohane. Kusho ukuthi ngizothi nje kafishane, kuko konke esikwenzayo nokwenzakalayo emhlabeni kwadalwa uNkulunkulu. Kodwa ke bese kuba ukuthi ke ekwenzeni kwethu sikwenza kanjani. Ngakho ngifunde lelizwi elilaphana kuPsalm 57 ukuthi inkosi siphe ukuhlakanipha kuko konke. Masigebise amakhanda sikhuleke. Baba wethu oyingcwele, uNkulunkulu nomusa, naba abantwana bakho Jehova sibaletha phambi kobuso bakho uNkulunkulu. Kuko konke okuzokhulunywa uNkulunkulu oyingcwele baba, baphe ukuhlakanipha nokuqonda konke. Senze uNkulunkulu oyingcwele ukuba sazi ukuba umusa uvela kuwe nothando luvela kuwe. Kuko konke Nkosi oyingcwele sikunikela kuwena nalolu suku lanamhlanje. Sinikela nabaphathi bezwe lakithi uNkulunkulu oyingcwele obathathile baba wabeka ezihlalweni zokuba bakwazi ukwenza okufanele nokuyikona, ukuba uNkulunkulu oyingcwele silibuse izwe ngendlela efanele. Sicela ubapha amandla moya oyingcwele ezikhathini zonke zokuphila kwabo, ekuphumeni nasekuhambeni, ikakhulukazi moya oyingcwele uma behamba ngezinqola zomlilo. Siyakucela Jehova ukuba ubavikele ekushayeleni kube ngokucophelelekile nokuvikelekile. Konke sikunikela kuwe manje naphakade ezabuya uKristu inkosi nomsindisi kuzobe phakade. Amen. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu wena semgazini ngokusivulela ngomkhuleko. I am honored to stand here today, a day on which KZN Legislature is hosting its inaugural Sex Workers Symposium. The legislature has a constitutional mandate of inclusiveness and public participation, as stipulated in Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that on the 27th November 2019, the Office of the Speaker organized a consultative meeting with the sector at the Diakona Center in Durban. The deliberations in that meeting led to issues that would be discussed in today's symposium. In preparation for this symposium, we have been having planning sessions with the representatives of the sector, and the program for the day reflects those engagements. May I then take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Speaker, Honorable Boyce, our Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Kaluza, Councillor Mjali, who is representing the Mayor of Umsunduza Local Municipality, Councillor Msimang, who also represent the Mayor of the district, Umgungundlovu. I'm also honored to welcome honorable members of the legislature who are joining us virtually, online. You are all welcome, honorable members. I also wish to recognize Reverend Changase and thank him very much for opening with the prayer. We also wish to recognize the presence of the secretary of our legislature, Ms. Naidu. We would like to welcome all the officials of the legislature and all government departments and all other stakeholders who are connected online and all present. Finally, our delegates for the day, we would like to welcome you who are represented by different organizations, amongst them Sisonke, Mothers for Future, Sweat, Asijigi, and those who are coming from different districts of our province. I wish you all the best in your engagements today and hope that resolutions you are going to take will ensure will ensure betterment of the sector and recognition that it deserves. As the theme of the day says, I am, we are human. We therefore all deserve protection and rights as per our constitution. That, I thank you, that was the way of welcoming you into this important meeting. Before I call in the next speaker, I just want to deal with a few things so that we are all comfortable. We had a discussion, Honorable Speaker, and I'm aware that the team reported to you about how we are going to conduct this meeting today. We normally have cameras and TVs and all that, but we have agreed that those cameras that will not show the delegates, because it's a discussion that we had with the leaders that some delegates will not be comfortable ukuthi babonakale einkundleni zokuxhumana njalo njalo. That's a reason as well that we said to our staff, leave your phones outside so that we do not take pictures so that when people are not comfortable. So there are cameras, or a speaker, no delegates. Akhona ama camera akhona la endlini kodwa awekho ama cameras oveza ama delegates. That's why as eveza yobe veza yonke ama delegates awaveza ngemumva. Awekho umuntu ozotholakala ukuthi icamera iyamveza elokhuzeni. Okwesibili, kukhona izikhulumo ezizoza la phambili. Kodwa we suggesting ukuthi mangabe engage kube nama roving mics so that umuntu okhulumayo la eze akhulume ebuka ngapha so that kungabi nephutha elingenzeka ukuthi umuntu atholakale seshutheka. So ke le ikhulumo ezozalana ezabaholi as per program, we siyazi ukuthi babaholi and they are comfortable to speak with camera and everyone else. So ngenzela ukuthi sonke sikhululeke ekuthenini akekho umuntu ozoshuthwa ngaphandle kwemvume yakhe. So bengithi angidlule lapho somlomo so that we bakhona nabashutha belegislature bayawazi umthetho ukuthi bazoshutha abani ngoba kwenze njani. So akekho umuntu ovumelekile ukushutha ama delegates ngaphandle kwemvume yawo. So bengithi angidlule lapho. We also want to indicate to the honorable members who are joining us online that they will follow the proceedings. You will see delegates that we have limited even the number of the members who are attending this symposium, because we also want to protect your rights as well. So with that, Speaker, may I then ask uKhansela Umtshali ukuthi azosemukela. uKhansela Umtshali uphuma kumasipala waseMsunduzi. Khansela Umtshali.
Angibonga ithuba Program Director, ngibingelele Madam Speaker, Deputy Chief Whip, Mataluza, Councillor Weward, a representative, Mayor Womgungundlovu, Councillor Msimanga. Ngibingelele ubaba umfundisi osivulele ngomkhuleko progressive relevant esesimjwayele nje kakhulu. Ngibingelele amalunga nje wonke legislature akhona, ama stakeholders wonke akhona osingaye okhulumayo ke njengoba seshilo program director ukhansela uSibusiso Mtshali. Ngilana ke ngisithunywa sika baba umeya ubaba uThebola ongakwazanga ke noko ukuthi aphumelele kule program yanamhlanje ngenxa ke yeminye imisebenzi embambile. So ke engizokusho akushiwo yimina kodwa kuphuma kusodolobha wethu ubaba uThebola. Emazwini ke ababa uThebola ngizowadlulisa njengoba enjalo Madam Speaker ukwenzela ukuthi ngingaqiniseki ngedo okwakamtshali kodwa konke ngikushoyo kubo kweofisi lika Mayor waseMsunduzi. Madam Speaker, in South Africa, sex work is stigmatized and illegal, and sex workers are a particularly marginalized section of the population. Poverty, inequality, and are impossible linked with most sellers of sex being female and poor. In 2013, the Sex Workers Education and Advocacy Task Team, which is SWET, estimated that there were between 121,000 to 167,000 sex workers in South Africa. And clearly the numbers would have increased drastically as more young women are forced into trade. Underlying motives such as unemployment, poverty, abuse to mention but a few. The need to better understand sex work in South Africa has been thrown into sharp relief by the work of South African Law Reform Commission, which has been reviewing legislation on sex work for some years and is under pressure to make firm recommendations. In March 2012, the ANC Women's League Progressive came out in favor of decriminalization and stated that they will campaign for this to become an ANC policy. The League urged that decriminalization would challenge the stigma that surrounds sex workers. It would help secure their human rights and dignity and make for safer work and living conditions for them. It is also the argument of many pro-sex workers, organizations and stakeholders that decriminalizing prostitutes will limit the power some ruthless police have on sex workers, and it will stop these few individuals from taking advantage of sex workers. In April 2013, the Commission of Gender Equality also stated its support for decriminalization. They equally urged that current law violates section of the Constitution and that the sex workers would be better protected if the law is changed. Program Director, the fight against the better working condition of sex workers need radical attention precisely because sex workers are not just statistics. They are mothers with responsibilities. It is through this trade that a child is raised, schooled, and possibly enrolled at the university. But most importantly, it is the proceedings of this industry that some families will be going to bed with the meal tonight. We are delighted to host this program as the city, and we are hoping that this engagement is going to interrogate challenges and mitigate better working conditions for the sex workers. On behalf of Msunduzi Municipality, we would like to officially welcome you and reiterate the importance of adherence to the COVID-19 lockdown regulations at all material times as we face head-on the scourge of the third wave of the pandemic. Amazwi-ke lawo ababumeya athi asiwadlulise kubona bonke abakhona namhlanje kule program. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Manchenga. Before we proceed, I just want to tender an apology from Honorable S. Zigalala, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province, has tendered his apology for not attending the 2021 Sex Work Symposium due to prior engagements with the Auditor General that cannot be rescheduled. We also have an apology from Honorable Mr. R.R. Pillay, MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, has tendered his apology for not attending the Sex Work Symposium. MEC Pillay is attending the launch of the Informal Trader Hub in Kokstad. We also wish to tender the apology of Honorable Ms. H.S.G. Mavimbela, MEC for Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, has tendered her apology for not attending the Sex Work Symposium due to an engagement at the Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee meeting, which commences at 9 and continues until 2. Those are the apologies that we have received. Without wasting time, because we started a bit behind, I am now going to ask Councillor N. Msimang ukuthi azothula message of support on behalf of Mgungundlovu District Municipality.
Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Boyce, Chairperson of the Public Participation and Petition Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mr. Sojika, Chief Whip, Honorable Kaluza, Councillor Mjali, who representing the worship, the Mayor of Msunduzi, councillors who are present, senior officials of departments and all the departments of province of the KZN, presenters representing different departments and sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I am here representing Your Worship Mapumula, who has other council commitments. That's why she couldn't be here today. I'd like to tender her apology as well, Mr. Sonjik. I once came across a quotation by self-proclaimed feminist Juno Mack and Molly Smith. This was what they wrote, and I quote, "Feminist conversation about sex work are often seen as arguments between those who are sex positive and those who are sex negative. We have no interest in positioning ourselves within the terrain. Instead, we are assert the right of all women to be sex ambivalent." Close quote. When I checked the meaning of sex ambivalent, it said, being favorable towards certain sexual acts, and by common sexual acts. The main lines gist of it all. This is the right to choose. If there are women who choose to be favorable towards sex as means of making a living, this is a decision by the Constitution of South Africa, which is the right to choose. Although sex work is illegal in South Africa, people who engage in sex work are entitled to the same rights and freedom as other people, including the right to equal and privacy, the right to security, the right to equality before the law, due to process law, health rights, and to remedy. An organization called Human Rights Watch produced a report in August 2019, which was titled, "Why Sex Work Should Be Criminalized in South Africa." The following statement, lifted from the same report, I quote, "This report is based on research conducted between May and June 2018 by Human Rights Watch in 4 provinces in South Africa. The interviews were conducted with female workers, including transgender women. Around 40 government and non-government experts in health and in law for sex workers were also interviewed. The report documents how the criminalization of sex work fuels human rights violation against sex workers, including by the police officers, undermines their right to health. The report provides recommendations to reform the legal system to provide protection for sex workers. Almost 3/4 of sex workers Human Rights Watch interviewed have been arrested multiple times, some often as 2 or 3 times a month. Sex workers who work indoors are less vulnerable to arrest, but also are targeted time to time. I close quote. We cannot separate gender-based violence that is also prevalent in South Africa from abuse that sex workers are constantly exposed to. The results in death in some other cases. Attitude towards sex work system, from combination of illegality to work and power of social stigma. Illegality means that sex workers are hesitant to turn to police or to courts when crimes are committed against them by exploitative clients or the police. At the same time, workers are stigmatized and shunned in South Africa. Our prevailing attitude remain conservative. We are viewed as threats to the moral fabric. And it will seem that no one is willing to stand up for sex workers' rights and privacy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank KZN Legislature for organizing this symposium, putting all relevant stakeholders together to engage robustly in order to protect, to fight against the discrimination of sex workers within our country, in an attempt to find solutions and to dealing with the plight of sex workers in our country. Indeed, we are human. I thank you.
Thank you again, Tabizolo, for the wonderful message. I just want to recognize the presence of Umhlonishwa Umncango nokuba khona komhlonishwa Umlotshwa. Welcome, honorable members. It is now kunye nje ngizocela ngiyabona ukuthi khona abanye lezi zinto esiyifakayo buye bazehlisa isikhathi eside sigcine nje siyifakile sizehlisa amaphuzu amanzi ngoba lokho kuzosisiza ekuthenini singaphumi la sesigula siyazi ukuthi inombolo ze-COVID ziyanyuka so ke siyacela ukuthi sibambisane kulokho ngoba sisese esikhathini esibi and ngathi siba worse kulokho abakubiza nge-third wave so socela nje ukuthi singakhohlwa singahlisa nje ngesikhathi uphuza amanzi kodwa uphinde uyibuyisele futhi imask. It is now a privilege and honor for me to invite our Speaker of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, Umhlonishwa N. Boyce, to give the background and purpose of this symposium.
Mphathi wohlelo Mhlonishwa uSonjica usihlalo wekomiti lokuhlanganisa komphakathi kwakunye nofako zikhalazo sekela somlomo weshayamthetho sasakithi umhlonishwa umthembu oxhumene nathi esekhaya ndunankulu amalungu wonke e-Executive Council yaKwaZulu-Natal amalungu esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal esixhumene nawe emakhaya namalungu ahola izinhlangano esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal amanye esinawo la phakathi kwethu Mhlonishwa sekela sotswebu nosotswebu omkhulu Mhlonishwa sekela sihlalo nosihlalo bamakomiti omele uMantshinga omele umkhandlu wasemsunduzi kwakunye nodadewethu omele umkhandlu wasemgungundlovu abantu esixhumene nabo ezinkundleni zokuxhumana nabasemakhaya abefundisi bezevangeli abakunye nathi civil society Secretary of the Legislature and the entire officials of the legislature. Ngithanda kakhulu abaka public participation bekithi. Ngibabonile laphayana. IT, it's not your day today. It's public participation. All of you are diminishing in the presence of public participation. Heads of government departments in the province. The presenters that we are going to be with, members of the media, Sisonke, Asijik, Dianbolisa. Today, we are gathered here just 2 days after the International Sex Workers' Day, which is celebrated by the world on the 2nd of June. A day on which the world come together in recognition of the exploitative conditions under which this trade is often conducted. And also a day on which the world comes together to amplify the voices of those who participate and sympathize with those who participate in sex work. This year's theme for the International Sex Workers' Day was access to justice, history, and significance. For me, the theme spoke to the conditions of sex work in countries where it is decriminalized, but also amplified the voice of sex workers in countries where sex work is criminalized, including South Africa. It therefore remains our responsibility then to ensure that regardless of the trade that others may be involved in, they still have access to justice through the observation of their basic human rights as citizens and humans. Some of the rights that we have to ensure include the access to basic health care, fair trial, housing, education, and security. These should and are provided to all, regardless of who they are and what work they do. Section 118 of the Constitution mandates the legislature to promote public involvement through its legislative processes. Therefore, the KwaZulu-Natal legislature annually creates a platform to engage with various sectors of the society with the aim of identifying issues that affect them. In our strategic planning session that was held at Mid-Madam Conference Center on the 16th of August 2019, we agreed on extending public involvement to include vulnerable sectors such as the LGBTQIA+ and sex work. The inclusion of sex work was premised on the current decriminalization initiatives that are underway, following extensive studies and lobby by many gender focal bodies like the Human Rights Watch, SWET, Sisonke, Asijiki, Mothers for the Future, or I know it's Future Mothers or Mothers for the Future, the Commission and the Commission for Gender Equality. It is a fact, honorable members, that are joining us at home and are here, that selling of sex is criminal in our country through the Sexual Offences Act of 1957, but also the amendment of the Sexual Offences Act in 2007 also put buying of sex as being categorized it as criminal. So, when we as lawmakers are meeting here today, we must understand the context that we are meeting under. Whilst we are recognizing that it is illegal or criminal for now, we are also aware that the Department of Health, in the fight against HIV/AIDS, as far back as in 2016, adopted guidelines for expanding combination of prevention and treatment options for sex workers. These guidelines focused on pre-exposure, testing and treatment, specifically for people involved in sex work. This meant that whilst sex work is criminal, but government also recognized that they have to provide services to a certain section in the community that is trading in sex. So, these guidelines remain part of the national strategy to fight the HIV/AIDS and AIDS prevalence, and by also ensuring that all those who are at risk are educated, protected, and treated when needs be, regardless of the trade that they are involved in. As legislators, we exercise oversight over government implementation of its adopted policies. And we are also part of supporting efforts that will ensure development and attainment of our shared ideals as a nation. For us to therefore exercise proper oversight as mandated by the Constitution, we have to, in line with Section 118, involve those that may be affected. When we oversee the Department of Health on the implementation of its prevention and treatment strategies for HIV/AIDS, there is no section that we must leave out. When we have to ensure that the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, as well as South African Police Service, are involved in measures to end gender-based violence, there is no sector that is involved that we must leave out. So, in fulfilling the above, the KZN legislature, during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence of 2019, held a consultative session with the sector and gender-based activists from various organizations. The aim of the consultation was to learn more about the realities of sex work in KwaZulu-Natal and beyond, also to allow us an opportunity to learn about how our work of oversight as legislators and lawmakers impact negatively or positively to sex work. The meeting was a resounding success. It was held in Diakonia. But also the meeting assisted us to learn that a person is not defined by my own moral standard, privilege, and immediate environment. An individual is not defined by my own moral standard, privilege, and environment. We also learned that my own privilege should also happen to be a hurdle to the attainment of the shared ideals that we hold as a nation. On that day, we also unlearned the words that we use in a derogatory manner in relative to sex work, and also the words that we use in a judgmental manner when it relates to sex work. On that particular day, we further learned that indeed sonke singabantu, sonke sinohambo lwethu emhlabeni. We all have our destinies. But above all, we also learned that each one of us has an integrity that is not determined by the type of work that they do. We also learned that the realities of my today are not necessarily the realities of my neighbor. We learned for the first time something that I heard the other speakers mentioning, that sex work in our own minds has been gendered and given a one category that it's women that are involved in sex work. We also learned that sex work is sex work and humans are involved in sex work, regardless of them being men, males, or non-binary, but they are involved in it as humans. It was, to those that were not present, honorable members, it was an emotional journey where we find that the interface of our own work as parliamentarians and the effect of the law that we enact, the laws that we enact, is not the reality that sometimes is experienced and lived daily by citizens that we serve and represent. I remember vividly one of the participants esithi kumina, Somlo, ingane ikhale ithi lambile ube ungazi njengomzali ukuthi uzothathani uhlanganise nani. Lapho uyazi ukuthi umthetho awukuvumeli. Uyazi ukuthi uma uphuma usaba abomthetho, usaba izigebengu. Kodwa uphokophele ngoba ingane ilambile ekhaya. Waqhuba wathi udadewethu siyahlulelwa imiphakathi, sihlulelwe imindeni, sihlulelwe omakhelwane. Kuze kuhlulelwe izingane zethu. Kodwa kukona konke asikulibali ukuthi siyibantu. It was an emotional reality and realization that as a legislature, we are exercising oversight, but the same targets that we have to reach, we are as uneducated in them. But indeed, we got educated on that particular day. We also understood what has been shown by the research, that sex workers are largely affected by gender-based violence. Coming from the clients, more than females are affected by gender-based violence from their partners. But also, they are facing discrimination in their own families every day. In 2013, the SWAT report estimated that there were between 121,000 and 167,000 sex workers in South Africa. And these are the people that motivated in the understanding of the guidelines of the Department of Health in 2016. And this is an area that we cannot therefore turn a blind eye. We understand that there are many challenges that befell the sex industry, the commercial sex industry in our country. We know that human trafficking, HIV exposure, child trafficking, and gender-based violence are just some of which remains as hurdles to the shared goal of our nation. And these are all found in this sector because the victims of human trafficking and child trafficking as well as of gender-based violence find themselves having no place to report their crimes because they are rendered to be illegal themselves. It is such conditions that we are holding this sex work. Yeah, angithi ningifundisile kahle ukuthi it's sex work. I will mention names of the activists that are coming from the NGO sector. Ningifundisile ukuthi we can't say it's a sex workers symposium, ne? It's sex work because the challenges are not necessarily faced by sex workers, but they are faced by humans who are working in the sex work industry. So, we decided to hold this inaugural sex work symposium amid the COVID-19 alert level 2 regulations, hence the hybrid format, which required that the number of participants that are physically here be lesser than what we anticipated when we started, as well as the number of members that are physically here. We know that a whole lot of activists are participating and are connecting because they understood that as well as I am a human, we all are human. Hence the theme that we chose, I am, we are human. Ndingumuntu, singabantu. Angaze ndive kukhona lapha ekuhlaleni ngiwuthisha, ngafundela uba uthisha. Angaze ngizwe ke kukhona izwe kuthiwa yilo thisha kuphela. Ngazizwe labantu. Then umuntu will decide or conditions will put a human in a particular workspace. But aliko elothisha. Ngilinganisa ngami ke ngoba ngiwuthisha. We are also aware that in our midst, in this sex work symposium, a whole lot of specialists in the gender activism space, those who support decriminalization and also those who are sympathizers, are going to be educating us about revitalizing our activism work as public representatives. We then knew that by holding this hybrid sex symposium, therefore, as a legislature, we will strengthen participatory democracy by means of engaging with those specialists and activists in issues that affect the sector, with an aim of obtaining their views and opinions on current government policies and service delivery. This is also aiming at assisting us with innovative ideas to approach both our lawmaking and oversight work, and also influence future policy making, lawmaking and decision making. This symposium is centered on the challenges faced by the sector and some issues that were raised in the phase consultation that took place back in 2019. And they will also be incorporated into the discussions. But also, the focus for us as members of the legislature is to learn how our own work as public representative in relation to oversight to government departments' provision of services is impacted by our lack of education in some of the matters that are in the public discourse. It is for this reason that then we decided that departments like Department of Justice, Department of Health, Community Safety and Liaison, the Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equity and CEDA come in and make presentations, so that when we go back to the legislature, we ensure that we understand our own scope of oversight and how it is impacted, regardless of what is said and contained, which is law, and we must respect as parliamentarians, said by the Sexual Offences Act of 1957. Discussions emanating from this symposium will be formulated into a report by the Standing Committee on Public Participations and Petitions. And this report will go through the various legislature portfolio committees so that they may see throughout the year how the departments have responded to the issues raised. The activists who are participants today will also be given a chance to ask presenters questions, as well as those who will be joining us via the hybrid system, to make it a truly public participatory activity. But also, I understand that all the participants, whether drawn from Swet, Sisonke, Asijiki, the LGBTQIA+, in the province, the diversity movement that are with us, all those activists also get a platform to speak to us as legislators, their representatives, on some of the areas of our own work of oversight. Uma ke kungenzeka ukuthi obukungenele akona lokho engichazile, mhlonishwa, sibukeli sethu ekhaya, kusho ukuthi ungabe usendaweni engalungile. I avoided speaking about culture and religion in the matter because in the beginning, I spoke about the issue of morality, that my morality and my moral standards are mine. Keep yours. But I will not avoid speaking about the Constitution of South Africa that gives some basic human rights to all. This is a gathering of humans, protected by the Constitution that protects you and I in terms of dignity, privacy, but same afforded a voice to speak. Activists, don't diminish your voice. But importantly, don't allow me to diminish your voice. You will understand what I'm saying. Don't diminish your voice, but don't allow me to diminish your voice. Shared ideals and goals of the Republic of South Africa as espoused by our Constitution. Do not allow me to diminish your voice. But they further do not allow me to impose my own standards and beliefs on you. The same way that I should not be discriminatory is the same way that you are not discriminatory. I say most of the time when I speak to a gathering of activists, there is no responsibility as difficult and huge a task as that of being an activist. You represent a view. You have to fight, live, speak, walk the view you believe in. Never then allow your own fight to be diminished by my own fight against the view that you believe in, because that would be diminishing your voice. We are humans. Siyanamkela ke nonke kwi-Sex Work Symposium yokuqala yesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Siyathemba ukuthi it's going to be a festival of ideas. But honorable members, don't miss an opportunity to learn, to understand the people that you represent. Ndiyabulela mphathi wohlelo.
Siyabulela Magubela, sithemba ukuthi ke ususincedile ngokuyendlala nomlando osukela ngo-2019 kuze kufike namhlanje. We are a legislature that is determined to fulfill the constitutional mandate as public representative. So I said when we had a meeting, Honourable Speaker, our first meeting with the representatives, because there is this thing that people feel we gather them just for the sake of ticking boxes, that no, we did meet, so life must go on. I think we made it clear that we are not, our legislation in KZN, it's not about that. For the mere fact that this is the first of its kind in KZN, it's because, as the speaker says, there are things that we need to learn. Because when we represent communities, we represent all people of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, there are things that we need to learn, and we must learn from you. But there are things that we must also unlearn, because for longest time, because of ignorance, as Speaker says, there are words that we use loosely that are insulting. And we need to learn not to use those things, because we will have to understand that kubantu abhekiswe kubona awahlali kahle enhlizweni zabo. So part of this exercise, Speaker, as you say, is to learn, but also unlearn bad things that we do. Sometimes we do them as if they are normal things. So this legislature is determined to do that. I'm now going to ask, we're now going to be timing closely our next speakers, but they are aware of how much time they have. I hope they will not force me to use violence, because I will have to stand up here when you are not, you are taking longer than the time that you are allocated. It might be violence, because I'll be intimidating you to leave the stage. So that we don't get to such things, I appeal that the next speakers, please stick to the time that was agreed with yourselves. I'm going to ask Mr. Vumani Zondi to come forward. Mr. Zondi is from the Independent Electoral Commission. It's one of the areas, Speaker, and you see every event now that we have, is that we ask the IEC to come and explain their processes in terms of managing our elections in the country. And this is what is good about this item, is that the sectors, those that we have met and the sector today, it's them who are setting the agenda on these issues. So we will ask Unondaba to then, on behalf of the IEC, speak on voter education.
Greetings, Honorable Program Director, Sunjika. Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, Boyce. Greetings to Honorable members of the KZN Legislature that are with us and those that are online. I'd also like to greet Councillor Jali and the Councillor representing Councillor Mapumulo from the Gungulov district. I'd also like to greet my colleagues from the KZN Legislature, as well as yourselves as delegates. My name is Vumani Zondi, as mentioned by the Program Director. I represent the Electoral Commission of South Africa. Perhaps it's always an assumption that people know exactly what the IEC is. So whenever we're given an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, we always try and also articulate exactly what the IEC is. IEC is a Chapter 9 institution established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution, with a mandate to manage national, provincial, as well as local government elections. We also have a responsibility to ensure that those elections are free and fair, and to declare results after those elections have been conducted. And as part of our duties, as outlined in the legislative framework, I'll just outline a few of those duties. We have a responsibility to register political parties and maintain and manage a register of political parties. We have a responsibility to manage and monitor a continuous voters roll that we have in the country. Those are just some of the duties that I wanted to highlight that we have as a commission. Now, we obviously have a legislative framework that we work under to ensure that the processes that we undertake are in line with the laws of the country. Having been established by the supreme law of the country, which is Chapter 9 of the Constitution, the IEC is also governed by the Electoral Commissions Act, which outlines the duties of the IEC. We also work under the Electoral Act, which is much like an instruction manual on how elections are to be managed. And with the upcoming local government elections, we'll also be utilizing the Municipal Electoral Act, the Municipal Structures Act, and the Municipal Demarcation Act. So those are some of the acts that govern our work. You also would have heard in the media, and perhaps you would have read, that we also now have a Political Party Funding Act, which regulates how parties are funded and how they need to make those declarations. When undertaking an election process, which is to determine who is going to lead us as a society, there is electoral systems that we use. In this country, particularly, we use the first past the post system, where in essence, the winner takes all. This is used to determine ward-based elections. So when you are electing a ward councillor, we are using that system of first past the post. In other words, in the list of candidates, the candidate with the most number of votes becomes the automatic councillor of that ward. We also use the proportional representation system. So we have a mixed system that we use in the country. The proportional representation system is a system where parties would submit lists to the IEC in order of preference. So they submit list of names in order of preference, and then based on the number of votes that each party has received, that will then translate into the number of positions that the party gets, or seats that the party gets. So that is the electoral system that is used in the country. So it's a mixed system that we use. I won't go back to the history, Madam Speaker, of how that came about, but those are the systems that we are using currently. Now, with the local government elections that are coming up, the term of office ended on the 4th of August, or rather will end on the 4th of August. And then the IEC, in terms of the Act, has a responsibility to manage elections or deliver elections within a period of 90 days. So between the 4th of August to the 1st of November, the IEC must deliver local government elections. You would have heard again, the President has pronounced a date of the 27th of October, 2021 as an election date. Legislatively, we still have a responsibility, obviously, to hear from the Minister of Culture as to which date the elections will be. So as it stands, the elections are the 27th of October, where we are all going to be expected to participate in those elections. Because, Honorable Program Director, it's common cause that if you have a responsibility, or you have a right rather, you also have a responsibility to act on that right. If you are given a right as a citizen to elect who represents you, because we cannot all seated here represent ourselves in decision making, we then have a responsibility to participate. So ideally, if you have a voter's roll, you would expect that 100% of those people on that voter's roll have participated in elections, so that the outcome of that election is a true reflection of what society wants. So we have a responsibility to participate in elections. We also have a process called delimitation. Delimitation is the determination of electoral boundaries or determination of voting district boundaries. This would happen after the demarcation board has concluded the demarcation of municipalities, wards. They would then hand over the maps to the IEC of the final wards that have been determined, and the IEC would have a responsibility to then further divide the wards into more manageable portions so that we can deliver elections. So all these processes have been undertaken already. Now, in terms of voter registration, which would follow, am I still safe?
You're not quite safe, but...
Okay, I heard the mention of violence. Okay, so voter registration is imperative for any election process because it speaks to the credibility and the outcome of that process. So we urge all citizens to ensure that they've checked their registration status, that they are registered as voters, that they are ready to be able to participate in elections. So that process will be taking place on the 17th and 18th of July. So we'll open all voting stations to allow all citizens to go and check their registration status and register themselves where they need to register. But there are also key innovations that we have come up with as a commission to ensure that everybody is able to access and participate in electoral processes. I'll mention one of our websites where you are actually currently able, Councillor, to actually log on to our website and create a profile, a secure profile where you'd even create a password. There have been amendments that have been made to the Act to that effect to allow citizens, should at the comfort of your own home, you can create a profile, create a password, and edit your address so that you are located in the correct ward and correct voting district. This is also going to assist with the current COVID-19 pandemic that we are faced with, to limit the number of people that are visiting our offices or having to go to voting stations. So you are able to do that at the comfort of your own home. And we hope that the information will be shared widely. You can also, as part of the key innovations, our recruitment processes now allow us or allow citizens to actually apply for jobs or working at IEC on our website. So that's another key innovation where previously you would have to obviously apply manually. You are now able to create a profile again and apply online for any work that you'd like to participate in the IEC. That could be a permanent position or working at a voting station level. We are currently busy with that process as we speak, and we hope that you seated here as delegates will also take that opportunity and apply to work at your local voting stations during the electoral processes. Also, we have what we call e-learning, which would allow then us to train our officials using online platform as well. There's also anxiety around elections and how safe people are during the voting process or registration process. IEC has undertaken to take all precautionary measures as outlined in the Disaster Management Act to ensure that we observe social distancing and wearing of masks in all voting stations. There will be a process of fumigating each voting station before we start work. We will fumigate each voting station after we've concluded the work. And as a voter, you'll also be encouraged to bring your own pen to a voting station. If you have not brought a pen, it is fine, but you are encouraged to obviously bring your own pen to limit the interaction that we will be undertaking. Also at the voting station, you will not be handling your ID document to verify your identity. You as a voter will have to hold your own ID and show the IEC official your digit document at the voting station. Also, you'll be sanitized as you'll be sanitized in any gathering, and there will be people that will monitor that is happening. In terms of outreach and voter education, we are currently having on board people called municipal outreach coordinators, which are located in each municipality, and they are responsible for educating citizens. You may make a request to any IEC office for one of those officials to come and do presentations in your communities as well. We have rolling programs in each ward and each VD. However, if you have perhaps, as an example, a church, and you would like the IEC official to come and make a presentation there, you may request for that person to come and do that presentation. Also, as part of targeted communication and registration, we are currently embarking on a process of targeting young people in universities, colleges, and high schools, where we are going to go to each of those institutions to register and communicate to students or young people the importance of voting. Over and above that, we are also targeting areas that are affected by the changes in boundaries, because you may find that in the previous election you fell under a different ward or a different voting district, and there has been a change with the demarcation process and the delimitation process. We are going to be undertaking that process very soon as well, where we are going to do a door-to-door approach, where we are going to communicate to affected communities those changes and the registration process. With that said, Program Director, under the theme I Am, We Are Human, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zondi. We're now going to get a presentation from the Department of Justice on the item that they will be dealing with the discrimination of sex work. The presentation will be done by Mr. D. Clark. They are going to do it Gula Ma Television. I hope you guys are ready for that presentation. Mr. Clark, you only have 10 minutes.
Very good morning to you all, to the honourable members and to the honourable guests in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting to you this morning. I'd just like to find out whether you're able to hear me properly.
We hear perfectly, and my apologies if I offended you. I read what was given to me. So I apologize for calling you Mr. Clark. You can proceed. We hear you perfectly.
Thank you so much, and no problem from my side. Thank you, sir. I've been asked to just present to you the progress made by government in terms of the decriminalisation of sex work, with specific reference to the Draft Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act. And just in terms of giving you a bit of context with this, the South African Law Reform Commission published an issue paper, discussion paper, and a report on the sale of sexual services in 2007. It was published by the minister and was taken to a cabinet committee. The cabinet committee decided that it would need more information before making a change in policy. And for this reason, it requested the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to conduct consultation and to revert back to it on the need for a change on the existing policy. In this regard, the Deputy Minister of Justice and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Department of Women and Youth, People with Disabilities is currently planning to hold 2 workshops so that we can find common ground and move forward on this really important issue. The basis of the report that I can give you, and that's just an update as to where we're at, and the update on the report, just to give you a bit of background, is that the Law Reform Commission was requested to codify all sexual offences into one law. And part of this was to review the Sexual Offences Act of 1957. The only legislation which is, the only clauses which are left in that piece of legislation are those sections which criminalise the purchasing of sexual services and also all related behaviour like soliciting and brothel keeping. Now, the Law Reform Commission was asked to review the fragmented legislative framework. So we've got the two Sexual Offences Acts, and also to look at the need for reform and to identify the need for a legislative response to regulate, prevent, deter, or reduce prostitution in South Africa. You will see that I use the terms interchangeably, and I know it's an emotive topic, and I need to explain the terminology because although the term sex work has been popularized through the decriminalization lobbying, a number of people who are selling sexual services do not identify as sex workers. Different terminology is used in terms of the position in law that one actually favors. And the use of the word work can also be a bit deceptive because it creates the expectation that by acknowledging sex workers' work, that a person would have all protection in terms of the Labour Relations Act, whereas the majority of people selling sex in South Africa currently are independent contractors and are not covered by labor laws. And in addition to that, if they happen to be illegal, which is the case in a number of cases too, they also would not fall within the legal labor market. The term commercial sex work is not also used in the report that we published. And I just need to say that all of this, the research and that is available on the Law Reform Commission's website. But the term commercial sex is also not used because this includes the pornography industry and the sex-based entertainment industry, like live sex shows, for example. And the selling of sex is a subcategory. Just to put that into context, and with regards to the consultation process that we've embarked on, we had 8 formal workshops just in regard to the discussion paper. And with that, these workshops were held in urban and rural areas. We had numerous focus group meetings with specific stakeholders, including facilitated workshops that were facilitated by SWET and the RHRU in Gauteng and Cape Town and in the Northwest. And we specifically had workshops and engagements and individual meetings with people who have engaged in selling sex and people who have subsequently left the industry. So we received submissions from a combined 1,761 individuals and organizations, and these were endorsed by a further 889 individuals or organizations, bringing the total submissions to 2,650, and the list of all the names are included in the report. In terms of just the research that was done, we found a number of points of agreement, and 2 areas that were specifically agreed on was that the sale of sexual services for reward is a result of a choice made in severely limiting socioeconomic circumstances and in a context of social inequality. Over and over again, we were made aware that this was as a result of family breakdown, sexual abuse, rape, and poverty underpinning the decision to actually engage in sex work. Another area of agreement was that people who sell sexual services for reward are vulnerable and experience harm, and this was across the ideological divides. We did not find submissions made on ideological or morality arguments. It was really around whether sex work should be recognized as work or whether it was exploitation. The opinions on the legislative framework are very polarized, as you may know, and there is very strong lobbying from both the decriminalization lobbying groups and then from lobby groups wanting to retain various forms of criminalization. So the solutions that were submitted to the Commission were interestingly not based on arguments on morality, but on different solutions to addressing exploitation. And what the Commission found was that there really are 3 areas or key areas that one needs to look at when one looks at the debate. And the first one is whether the selling of sex work is work or whether it's exploitation. Secondly, one needs to look at access to healthcare and treatment for HIV. And thirdly, one needs to look at the arbitrary arrest and exploitation that people are being exposed to. As I said, I've looked at just briefly talked about the Labour Relations Act and that it's not automatically applicable. One also needs to look at our current context and also look at international models. And in both the Netherlands and Germany, they've recently had clawback measures, buying back windows where people are selling sex because they've had an increase in trafficking. In the Netherlands, it's been found by their parliament that it is not work like any other, and that there's been a relative failure to improve conditions. And there's a whole new discussion on discouraging demand in the Netherlands, for example. In Germany, it has also been found where they have their Uber brothels or their super brothels that people are not wanting to register as sex workers, and that there's not a reasonable means for securing one's living in that context. So one needs to be mindful of what's happening internationally in that regard. With regards to arbitrary arrest and exploitation, a number of interventions have taken place with regards to the police, and that it is, I think, common ground that there should be strong criminal and disciplinary sanctions for what the police are doing when they are abusing their powers. Strong recommendations have come out for training and guidelines and for a change in their national instructions. The Commission endorsed the Women for Legal Centres and SWET's recommendations that condoms should not be confiscated, as this impacts the right to health of people who are selling sexual services. What the Commission found, though, in our current context, is that it would be extremely dangerous to change the legislative framework at this point in time. And what it's done is made 2 recommendations. The one is to either totally criminalize and link this to diversion and to exit programs, and also to the expungement of criminal records. The other is to partially criminalize, thereby not criminalizing the women that are selling or the persons selling sexual services, because of the power imbalance that is created by full decriminalization and the concerns in that regard. However, despite those recommendations, the Department of Justice will be looking at all 4 legislative models that have been proposed by the Law Reform Commission, as the Constitutional Court has found that there are a range of legal responses that are possible to address the sale of sexual services in open and democratic societies. The 4 models that have been put forward are total decriminalization, partial criminalization, regulation, and non-criminalization, or what's better known as decriminalization. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I think it then opens up for a lot of discussion about the pace of how our legislative framework, the time that it takes to deal with certain legislative issues. And I think that's an area that we'll have to deal with. And now let me invite Ms. Musam Genge from the Human Rights Commission to deal with the Human Rights Commission in ensuring that rights of sex work is protected. Mr. Genge.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Yes, as you have heard, my name is Musam Genge. I'm from the South African Human Rights Commission. So today I've just been invited to speak on the role of the Human Rights Commission with regards to sex workers. So maybe before I start, I should just talk a bit about what is who is the South African Human Rights Commission. The South African Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 institution, as my other colleague has said, that the IEC as well is part of that Chapter 9, and there's a number of them. So the South African Human Rights Commission is one of those independent institutions which are created to support democracy. So the South African Human Rights Commission is given a mandate by the Constitution, which is a three-legged mandate. It's firstly to promote the protection of human rights, as well as the culture of human rights. It's also mandated to monitor and assess the observance of human rights in the Republic of South Africa. It is also, in the third part of it, mandated to promote respect for human rights. So that is the three-legged mandate of the South African Human Rights Commission, which is given by the Constitution for the Commission to conduct its work. Now, I must also maybe just speak a bit about what are we talking about when we are talking about human rights. Maybe someone will just have a different understanding from a person next to him or her as to what are the human rights, because we've seen that in a number of times when people are talking, maybe it's in the house or in a school or in the communities that we live in, you find people, others complaining that because of these rights, our kids are not respecting us anymore or are not listening to us anymore. Or other people will just say that it seems as if these rights are only given to women and men are not given rights. So those are kinds of issues or contradictions that you get when you listen to the people, when you ask them as to what do you understand about human rights? What do you understand about your rights? What are the human rights? So people have different understandings, and sometimes they are contradicting. So I will just maybe say just a brief explanation of what is it, or what are the human rights, or what is it that we talk about when we talk about human rights. So human rights are a basic rights that everyone has. That means that simply because you are a human being, you have rights. So it doesn't look at whether you are a woman, you are a man, you are young, you are old, or maybe the color of your skin or the language that you speak. So as long as you are a human being, you have rights. So that should be the starting point, or that should be the basic understanding of what is it that we talk about when we talk about the human rights. So human rights are just basic rights that everyone has simply because they are human beings. But then at times we like to maybe categorize human rights. There are three categories of human rights when you are looking at rights. There's what we call the first generation of human rights. Those are your civil rights, your procedural rights, as well as your political rights. You also then find the second generations of rights. The second generations of rights will mainly relate to your socio-economic rights. That will include things like your right to health, your right to education, all those rights, or right to housing, all those things that will be under the second generation. Then you get your third generations of rights. Those will mainly have bearing on groups than individuals. So those will not be your rights, maybe to right to dignity or right to privacy, but will look at the group of a community which the rights will be allocated to. So if someone or anyone or the government or any department abuses your rights or ignores your rights, that person or that department or that official will be violating your human rights. That will be a human rights violation. So if any of the persons or any of the government department or any of officials of the government violates any of the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, that person will be violating your rights. That will be a human rights violation. So now, what do you do then when those rights are violated? I think that's where then the South African Human Rights Commission comes in with respect to its mandate of protecting the human rights. That's when you come to us and you report to us that your rights has been violated and you wish that the South African Human Rights Commission protects your rights from the people who are violating your rights. So that's one of the roles that the Human Rights Commission plays in ensuring that your rights are not violated. But maybe I should just come now to the main topic of today, which is sex workers. So in terms of the way that the Human Rights Commission looks at sex workers, we are of the opinion that people who engage in sex work are also entitled to the same rights and freedoms as any other person. So maybe if I can just mention a few of the rights that we will say the sex work people will be allocated, will be protected in. Those rights will include the right to equality, the right to privacy, the right to security of person, and the right to freedom from arbitrary detention. But in terms of, or when we have tried to look into what types of rights are normally violated with regards to sex workers. We've noticed that a number of rights get to be violated when it comes to sex workers. I will not be able to deal with each of them because of time, but I would just mention maybe just a number of rights that are there in the Constitution that tends to be violated by, it could be your people on the streets, it could be the police, it could be the people in hospitals. But the rights that we've noted are your Section 9 of the Constitution, which is your right to equality. Maybe I will, at a later stage, try to deal with such briefly as to where or how those rights are violated. You also get your Section 10 of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. That's one also of the rights that tends to be violated. Also gets your Section 11 of the Bill of Rights, Section 12, Section 13, and also Section 22 of the Constitution. So maybe if I can just maybe make a few examples or just illustrations of how those rights tend to be violated. You find that sex workers are called derogatory names or words by members of the community. I'm sure we've all heard or we all know as to how members of the community tend to talk about sex workers in a manner that is not respectful or call them names that are derogatory, names that are violating their dignity. So those are such violations that you get from members of the community, which leads to sometimes or has an impact on sex workers, which leads to sex workers feel less than humans, because as soon as someone violates your right to dignity, that person makes you feel less than of a human. So those are some of the things that we tend to see when we look at the human rights violations of sex workers. Sometimes you get that sex workers tend to be harassed. They get harassment from, it could be physical or psychological or emotional. That may happen either by police officers or members of the community. There's a number of ways that happens, of course, looking at the work of the sex workers and the places or the places where they conduct their business. So you find a lot of harassment by either the police or members of the community. And that also has a very bad impact on the sex workers and how they conduct their work. Because sometimes due to this harassment, it may cause a sex worker to suffer from depression or anxiety. So making that person not to be able to earn a living out of their trade. Another factor that we've noted is the factor of exclusion, where you get that sex workers are stigmatized and discriminated by members of the community. So as I've said, people start by calling them derogatory names and isolating them, not wanting to be seen with sex workers, trying by all means to push them away from their circles. So those are type of things that happens from the community when they engage with sex workers. They start to exclude them and stigmatize them and sort of discriminate them, which may lead to sex workers turning to other substances when they try to then look for support or try to look for comfort. Where that may lead to drugs and alcohol. Okay. Maybe one last thing that I can mention on those violations is where sex workers are refused services. That can be either by the police, the hospitals, or the clinics. For instance, if sex workers are going to the hospitals, needing assistance, maybe wanting to have HIV testing or wanting to get condoms for their trade, you find that nurses or any officials in the hospitals will just treat them in a not a good manner just because of the kind of work that they are doing. So that may lead to a number of issues which may result from such refused offers of services by these officials. Because sometimes you may find that a sex worker may just go to a clinic or hospital just seeking to get their chronic medications. But due to the treatment that they receive from the hospital, they may just end up not getting such services or not getting such chronic medications. For instance, if you are a person with HIV, then you want to get your chronic medication, but just because the nurses or the people in the hospital or the clinic, they are aware of the work that you are doing, that you are a sex worker, they treat you badly, they push you away, then you end up defaulting on your medication. So that's a serious issue which tends to have violations on sex workers. Now, with regards to our mandates, as I've said, that we have a promotion mandate, a protection mandate, and a monitoring mandate. How then do we assist in dealing with these issues when it comes to violations of human rights? What is our role as the South African Human Rights Commission to try and assist sex workers and make sure that their rights are not violated? So the South African Human Rights Commission, in terms of its protection mandate, has developed some advocacy materials that aims to promote sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression rights, as well as reduce stigma, discrimination, and secondary victimization. So through our advocacy and public education, we have regularly conducted public education on issues pertaining to non-discrimination and gender-based violence. We have also advocated for the decriminalization of all aspects of consensual sex work that does not involve coercion, exploitation, or abuse. In terms of our protection mandate, as a South African Human Rights Commission, we've undertaken various activities and initiatives to address the issue of unfair discrimination, particularly discrimination on the basis of sex, race, gender, and sexual orientation. We use a number of mechanisms to assist with such initiatives. For instance, we can do a litigation if a sex worker's rights has been violated. We can go to the equality court where we litigate in terms of ensuring that your rights to equality are not violated. We can also conduct investigations where you come to us and report to us that your rights has been violated. Then we will investigate and then make recommendations after such investigations. We can also do hearings or mediations. I see the program director wants me to stop now. So I'll just say on those issues, the Human Rights Commission is always available and willing to help. If you want to talk to us, you can always phone us or come to our offices. We only have one office in Durban, which is in 136 Margaret Mngadi. But if you want to talk to us or you want to call us, you can call us on 031 304 7323. So that's where you will get us, and then we'll be able to give you more information and assist you when you need our assistance. The number is 031 304 7323. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mgenge. And I think the advocates organizations we'll have to find a way of linking up with the human rights because they are there to deal with cases that where their rights are violated. And I think it's one stakeholder that we must use in dealing with certain problems that are faced by the sector. I'm now going to ask Major General Makoba, ophuma kwi-Southern Police Services, ukuthi azokhuluma ngokuthi benze njani ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu amaphoyisa.
Program Director, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Major General Makoba. I am the District Commissioner of Mgungundlovu District, but I'm standing here representing the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who could not be with us because of other commitments. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Ms. Boyce, Deputy Chief Whip, all officials of the Legislature that are present here today, all councillors and leadership present in the venue as well as online, all representatives of various sectors present and also online. Umfundisi ovule umhlangano ngomkhuleko, all delegates that are present here. Let me just say all protocol observed. Ngiyanibingelela sanibonani. Molweni. Niyaphila? Hey, nami ngiyaphila. Noma ngangibuzanga kodwa ke ngiyaphila. My presentation will be short. I'm given 10 minutes and I'll make sure that I do not expose our program director to crime. One of my responsibilities is to prevent crime. So when he's engaging in violence, that will be crime. So I don't want to exacerbate the issues of crime. My presentation will focus on the legislative framework mandate of the SAPS, what SAPS is responsible for. I will also highlight the responsibilities of the SAPS. I'll also highlight the areas of prevalence. Sex work.
I check it fast.
Feedback. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. All right. A prevalence where sex workers are arrested. That means in areas where these incidents are prevalent in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I'll also highlight to the delegates the issues of complaints against the police. Basically, the reason why I'm here as to how exactly you're going to direct your complaints if you feel that your rights are violated. And also, I will just in brief highlight the view of the Human Rights Watch. Without going into detail, the previous speaker is from the Human Rights Commission, so he has already alluded to the issues of human rights. With regard to the legislative framework, SAPS was mandated by Section 205 of the Constitution, the highest law in the country. And also in the Constitution, there's Bill of Rights, most of which has been highlighted by the previous speaker, Mr. X.
Not working.
SAPS also do their job in line with Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, as well as Sexual Offences Criminal Law Amendment Act 32 of 2007. You must have heard the previous speakers about this Criminal Law Amendment Act, as well as the and most importantly, the SAPS Code of Conduct. Talking about the SAPS Code of Conduct, it directs the SAPS members to act in a manner that is impartial, courteous, honest, respectful, transparent, and accountable. Also, the Code of Conduct of the SAPS forces the SAPS to exercise their powers in a responsible and controlled manner, as well as to uphold the Constitution and the law of the country. The responsibilities of SAPS are mainly to prevent and combat crime that may threaten the safety and security of the communities of South Africa. The communities includes everyone, includes us seated here, includes the sex workers as well. It's also to investigate any crimes that may threaten the safety and security of the community, and to ensure that the offenders are brought to justice, and to participate in efforts to address the causes of crime. That is what SAPS is responsible for. Anything else that is not mentioned here, if the police are doing it, then it's outside their responsibility, and the necessary needs to be done. I promise that I'm going to also highlight the areas of prevalence in the KwaZulu-Natal province. Those areas are Durban Central, that is where in the main or mostly sex workers are arrested, Durban Central, Umbilo, Market, Point. Yes, they are saying yes. So something is very familiar to some of our delegates today. Port Shepstone, Greytown, Pietermaritzburg. These areas that I'm mentioning, I'm talking about the policing precincts. Pietermaritzburg, SAPS, Bel-Air, Scottburg, and Tongaat. These are just top 10. There are many others. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have 184 police stations, but I chose to select just the top 10. These stations have the biggest volumes of arrests in terms of the sex workers. Yes, I thought I should share this information with the meeting. Now, like I've indicated in terms of the code of conduct, how the police must conduct themselves in conducting their duty. If they are not doing what they are supposed to do, they are mistreating you or mistreating the sex workers or anyone, this is what you need to do. At any police station at any given time, there are SAPS members. If you are mistreated by any of the police officers, there is always somebody in charge at the police station at the time. At the police stations that I've mentioned, there are members that are officers, meaning that they have stars on their shoulders. Then you must ask for the commander that is available. That is on 24-hour basis. 24-hour basis, they are called CSC commanders. If there is no CSC commander or the CSC commander is not assisting you, there's always the next level. The next level, that being the station commander. You must ask for the station commander, ask for their number. They should give you the number because yes. All right, now listen, we're getting there. If you are not getting the numbers of the station commander, they are not giving you the number of station commander, there's always a district commissioner. All right, you might not be getting the number of a district commissioner, but it's wrong, you should be getting. If you're not getting it, there are emails that you can just use your email and send the emails. I was hoping that the presentation would be projected, but in any event, I'm going to give you the email addresses where you can just send your complaints anonymously, and then you can also just leave your numbers. I'll tell you what happens then after you have sent your email. There are emails the provincial office, there is a desk or a component that is responsible for complaints against the police. First email is PLA4, PLA as in surname, PLA4@saps.gov.za. As easy as that. PLA4@saps.gov.za. It is just one word, no spaces. Then there is another one, another email. This one goes straight to our national office. It is complaints nodal point, all one word, complaints nodal point at saps.gov.za. I did give this presentation to the officials of the legislature. I'm sure they will be able to share this with you. And also, there is a body that is responsible for investigating all the wrongdoings of the SAPS. I'm sure you've heard about them. It's Independent Police Investigative Directorate. That is IPID. If you feel that your complaint is not handled properly or in a manner that satisfies you, then IPID is available to assist you. Then the question is, then you have lodged the complaint, then what happens to your complaint? You'll send it to the email that you want to send to, or you'll phone the commander that you are able to get. Your complaint will be investigated by, or an investigating officer that is impartial will be identified and investigate your complaint, and it should be finalized within 14 days as far as possible. That is if there is the communication or cooperation between the investigator and the person that has lodged the complaint. But it must be finalized within 14 days. That is a turnaround time for complaints. And then what happens then when the complaint has been investigated and finalized? The member or the SAPS member that is responsible for wrongdoing or treating you impartially or incorrectly, then the disciplinary steps will be taken, whereafter there will be a sanction. There's different sanctions that can be given for the to members that violate human rights. I'm just going to touch on this one. It was touched earlier by the previous speakers. I think it was Msimanga, if I'm not mistaken. The view by human rights. The Human Rights Watch. Although sex work is illegal in South Africa, I've said it's illegal in South Africa. The previous speaker have alluded to this as well. People engaged in sex are entitled to the same rights and freedom as other people. That basically means you are a human being, no matter what you are doing. If you have done wrong, then the police, SAPS members must do their job within the ambit of the law. So those rights include the rights to equality and privacy. So nobody is allowed to talk about you and say things about you and treat you anyhow. And you have right to security as a person, as a human being. You have rights from arbitrary detention. That means you must be detained, but not as if you are a super criminal. You have a right of equality before the law. You also have a right to due processes of the law. You have a right to health and a right to remedy. That is basically my presentation. Program Director, I want to thank you very much.
No. One last one. Siyabonga kakhulu Major General Makhoba ngibonile ukuthi indaba le enamaphoyisa khona la esisa khona manje ngibonile ukuthi ama delegates konke ama presentation abeyithulele nje manje ke futhi abaphathi bamaphoyisa abahlakaniphile futhi ngoba bavele baletha umphathi owesifazane So we should buy icabangile lento ukuthi ngenzeke ihlupha ngcono kube umphathi wesifazana ozoyikhuluma le ndaba yamaphoyisa. Siyabonga kakhulu. Let me then invite Dr. Shabalala from Department of Health. Dr. Shabalala, she is going to be joining us online. Dr. Mamusa Shabalala from the Department of KZN Health. You have 10 minutes, Dr. Shabalala.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Deputy Chief Whip, Chairperson of the Public Participation and Petition, and all protocol observed. I would briefly talk about the program itself and the services that we are providing as the Department of Health, inclusive of the psychological aspects, and the recent service delivery innovations and the partnerships that we are having with the NGOs that we are working with, and briefly about the Tutuzela care centers. For us, we do not, when we are talking about discrimination and abuse, gender-based violence becomes core of our agenda. We uphold the Patients' Rights Charter. One of the key pillars of the Charter is that patients will be treated with respect and dignity, irrespective of race, religion, class, creed, sexual orientation, or sexual practice. Hence, our subscription to no discrimination of patients based on sexual practice. You know, sex work, or those that are actually practicing it, can get raped. And when they do and present at our facilities, they will be treated with respect and dignity, like any other patient. Unless a patient self-identifies as a sex worker, it will be unlikely that the healthcare practitioner will know that she is a sex worker. Because in our records, we do not discriminate in that way. There are health risks for sex workers. For example, by not using condoms, you become vulnerable to sexually transmitted infections, yet condoms are free and, put even at strategic points. You don't need to go to a consulting room to get condoms. Put to strategic points in order to promote access, because you want to prevent infections, in fact, all forms of sexually transmitted illnesses. The other risk is illicit drug use, violence, including sexual violence, and unintended pregnancies and abortions with their sequelae. In our program, we deliver our program through the integrated services, whereby we empower and equip male, female, and transgender workers and those that are actually sex workers, for them to live long, healthy lives. There are 3 types of interventions that we actually provide: the biomedical intervention, the social behavioral, and the structural interventions. And the biomedical intervention is whereby we use our testing, HTS, HIV testing services. The HIV testing services, in fact, everyone who access our facilities, it is a voluntary thing, but everyone is given an opportunity to be tested for HIV, for TB, and people exercise their choice there, and even they are provided with contraceptives, condoms, and antenatal care and postnatal care, irrespective of your sexual behavior. We also provide post-exposure prophylaxis and even termination of pregnancy if it is within it's less than 12 weeks. And pre-exposure prophylaxis, what we call PrEP, I'll talk to it later. We provide it in our facilities. and intensified screening, as well as provision of ARVs and monitoring the level of the virus in people. Under socio-behavioral interventions, we look at mental health of individuals, substance abuse screening, and liaise with the relevant sector in that, and gender-based violence, including screening, counseling, and linkage to care. We actually work with other government departments in mitigating the scourge of diseases. Under structural, we usually work with the Department of Social Development to strengthen social support to address post-traumatic stress syndrome and depression, which could be resultant from the mistreatment of people. Then, in collaboration with the Department of Police Services, we are strengthening protection and reduce harm to people that are actually engaging in sexual practices that are not considered to be the traditional way of doing things. We have a continuum of care and services for the sexually transmitted illnesses, because with non-use of condom, you can engage in a sexual activity with someone which is infected, resulting in you having sexually transmitted infections. So we actually help in prevention, testing for diagnosis and treatment, and the key populations are reached by prevention activities and linkage to care. It is prevention, testing, linkage to care, treatment, and even chronic care. For whichever ailment that you are suffering for, we provide a package of service. In this province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have 99 high transmission areas. High transmission areas, some are located in taxi ranks, some in the farms, some in the truck stops, so as to increase access to condoms and to health services, because we do provide testing services there. In our provincial partnerships, we work with CDC-funded sex worker teams and even with global-funded sex worker teams. There is a drop-in eThekwini, which is operational from 7 to 1700 hours, and we work again with them at Ilembe district. These are organized groups where we work with these partners. And also another drop-in at Chief Albert Lutuli Street, and in Utugela, and with the global, it is at King Echwayo district, and we have a team in Freyhead. That we do have also a partnership in our service delivery platform. There is a PrEP loyalty program which is called Mereka Girl. In Zulu, this means Sebenza Girl. You know, the sex worker teams here are implementing the Mereka Girl program with pre-exposure prophylaxis, that is termed plan. If one feels that she engaged, she is in a position whereby there is high risk of contracting HIV infection or HIV infection per se, then you can actually enroll in PrEP. For the first 7 days, you are not protected, because for the first 7 days, beyond 7 days, then you are protected. So pre-exposure prophylaxis is available for them. And we are working with Oram Institute in eThekwini and Umgungundlovu. And they also have another residential clinic at 74 Trailing Street. Most clinics are used. Some of the partners that you are working with, they are using mobile services. The lower coast is operating in Ugu. Basically, their service platform is mobile. You find that there are mobile buses that are actually providing services in these satellite clinics. And it may not be all within the district because of availability of resources, but Beyond Zero provides services at Kings, Ejwa, and Utugela in 4 sub-districts. Services are also provided in taxi ranks, malls, institutions of higher learning. In our recent service delivery innovations, because being responsive to COVID-19 pandemic, we have started the home delivery, the home treatment delivery. We are engaging with the traditional healers, and for psychosocial support, we are working together. We are psychologists within the department and also work within social development. And we are reaching our clients through social media. You know, our health promotion messages that we actually provide an integrated non-discriminatory service. In our facilities, we are not segregating any information in accordance with the sexual orientation. So basically, it is important that for us to treat everyone equally. The Service Charter for Victims of Crime, referred to as the Victim Charter, that was adopted in accordance with Chapter 14. And we actually subscribe to it and we contribute to preventing secondary victimization when they actually attend our facilities. And we try and provide one-stop centers for gender-based violence through our Thuthuzela care centers. The Thuthuzela care centers, we are working with Department of Social Justice. These Thuthuzela centers, the role that is mostly played by healthcare, we provide ambulances, we train our ambulance drivers, they are sensitized, there's value clarification, even with our staff. That is the initiative that we took. Because of attrition, there are new staff coming, so the value clarification sessions are continuous. So we have trained doctors on call, professional nurses, appropriate private space within the hospital, and medical supplies and medication. There are three main primary goals for Thuthuzela centers: to reduce victimization and the cycle of finalization of cases. For us, it is imperative that
Dr. Shabala.
Yes,
Ngiyazi ngibona ukuthi sengimile ngenzela nje ukuthi ugoqe manje.
Yes.
Just around
okay. A minute will do. The Thuthuzela care centers in KZN, they are in 9 districts. eThekwini, in fact, they are in eThekwini, Ugu, Ilembe, Kings, Echwayo, Umgungundlovu, Amajuba, and Umkhanyabude. We believe that if we work as a collective, we can be able to mitigate some health challenges that are related to this category. The KZN Department of Health is committed to upholding the Human Rights Charter and to provide a non-discriminatory service to its citizens in collaboration with other government departments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabalala. We'll now invite Ntuthuko Afrikander from SIDA azokhuluma ukuthi singabalekelela kanjani odadewethu nabafowethu abakwi-industry ngamathuba kwezomnotho.
Ngibingelele Program Director, Honorable Sonjika. Bingelele Honorable Boyce, Speaker. Honorable guests, activists. We are human. Njobe Shilo, Program Director, my name is Ntutuko Afrikander. I come from an organization called SEDA, which is Small Enterprise Development Agency. We are an agency that was formed as an act of law to provide business development services. So, okwethu nje ukulekelela nokukhuthaza osomabhizinisi abancane ukuze baqala amabhizinisi bathuthuke kuwona. Ngizokhuluma ngezinto ezimbili. Firstly, I'll talk about SEDA and what SEDA can assist you with. And then secondly, I will talk about opportunities that are available, especially for young women like yourselves. Ngithandile lento eshiwo previous speaker when she said Barega girl. Now I would like to jobalela on that as well and say voli business girl, employ people girl, and let's move forward. Where does SEDA start? USEDA ke uqala nawe ufika ne-idea. A very raw idea, a very simple idea, and then we help you to package that idea. In other words, uyafika kuthina Ntutuko or any business advisor, I have this business idea, but I don't know how to take it forward. We as SEDA, we will sit down with you. We will look at how we can facilitate further research on your idea to make it a sound business idea. For that idea, how can we then source finance? Isikhathi esiningi abantu baye baba nenkinga uthola ukuthi mase ufuna finance, they look for one document which is very difficult to do, I must admit. It's called a business plan. A lot of people, baningi abantu abangazi ukuthi uSEDA can assist you with the creation or the development of a business plan. So ningasabeli ukuthi umuntu mayithi i-business plan woza kaSEDA kodwa ngeke usibhale sodwa. The business plan, we will own the document. In other words, what will be in that document will be into ephuma kuwena ekhaya. Ukuthi now we will just interpret it in the way that financial institutions will be requiring of it. Emva kaloko ke bese ke sikusiza futhi with access to finance. In other words, we facilitate access through SIFA, our sister organization, which soon will merge together to form one organization. We also have very good links with Itala Development Corporation, NEF and other similar organizations ukuze usizakala uthola imali ngoba ibhizinisi liyadingeka ukuthi lithole i-boost, liyadingeka ukuthi lithole an injection of funds, of which asinayo imali. We do have that opportunity, especially as African people, to access those funds from these government institutions, DFIs. Ekhuliseni ngebhizinisi, uSEDA also assists you with training. I always say into abantu emabhizinisini is not necessarily lack of finance, but it's not knowing what you are doing. A lot of people fail in business because abazi ukuthi benzani. Uthenga into angazi nokuthi fanele ngiqede malini ke manje ukuze ngithole imali yami. Utho ukuthi isikhathi esiningi udayisa i-product akabali konke lokho kufanele ngabe uyakufaka la kule product ukuze athole inzuzo yanele. So uSEDA will also facilitate training on costing and pricing. It will facilitate also the marketing of your business. How do you get your business out there? Sikhona izinto eziningi esesiyibone esizenzayo njenge-social media, sithanda ukubheka ku-Instagram, kodwa sithanda ukubuka abantu, but how can we use digital media like Instagram to sell yourself, to sell your business and move it forward? So uSEDA will also facilitate a digital marketing and other marketing interventions for your business as well. So ungasabeli ukuthi woza kuthina sizokusiza. Also SEDA will also facilitate networking. Kubalulekile ukuthi as a business person uhlangane nabanye osomabhizinisi. USIDA, we have those platforms, we have coaching sessions, lanzohlangana khona, sibize na some experts because we don't claim to always know things. Siyababiza abantu who are fundis in the field, whether it's manufacturing or any other particular sector, which abafike bazosilekelela nathi so that the information is imparted to you and the transfer of skills is done so that for the benefit of our clients. Esikwenzayo ke thina ekukhuliseni ibhizinisi, for instance, myself as a business advisor, we will do an assessment of the business and then we find ama-interventions azokusiza ukuthi leli bhizinisi silikhulisa kanjani. Kodwa kumnandi nje kaSida, njengoba ngikhuluma isiZulu nje sobe sikhuluma nawe isiZulu, so ungasabi uze nje sikhuluma isiZulu, sisize ukuthi how do we move your business forward. Right now uhulumeni ke has availed opportunity for us, especially as African people. Ngiyayithanda ukisho lento ngoba ngiyengibona ukuthi mina I'm also a small business person. Ngibuka emasothenga lapha kuma wholesaler, I see a lot of people abangakwazi ukukhuluma isiZulu njenganami abakhuluma ulimi ongaluzwa. So kuyangithusa ukuthi where are we in that space? I would love us to also participate in that space. Kungafika abantu bezobamba amabhizinisi ethu thina selling a move. Uhulumeni ke usevule a program called a Township and Rural Enterprise Program, which is called TRAP. The program isiza kulabantu ababhakayo, bakeries, isiza abantu abanoshisa nyama, clothing and textiles, personal care, abantu namasalon, abantu abayenzinzipho, nabantu who are actually selling on the streets, abenza ama-fruit and veg. Thina njengosida ke, we are currently now facilitating one, access to finance for those people. In other words, sikusiza ekutholeni compliance yokuthi ungena kanjani kule program ukuze uthole le mali. Into yokuqala nje bafuna ukuthi uregister company. Abaningi ke kuba nzima ukuthola indlela yokufinance company yakho because it costs money. So USIDA has availed imali yokuthi sinregister ama companies enu, sikwazi futhi ukuthi sinifacilitatele yonke the compliance edingekayo ukuthi u-access i-finance. Emva kaloko ke we will also after usuyitholile i-finance assist you with i-mentorship ezoloku ikusiza ekukhuliseni ibhizinisi lakho, because as I initially said before, into ebalekile emabhizinisini is understanding what is it that you're doing, is having information that is required. Fortunately ke thina kaSida nami nje ngiba nenhlanhla ngoba internet is available to us, so more ufuna something ofuna ukuyazi from us, thina we can check from the internet. If not, siyakwazi ukufona sifonela abantu abathize ukuthi sisizeni nango-client A, B, C and D ofuna ke ukuthi ke simsize. So ngaloko ngithi let's invite you to SIDA, sicela nize nje uze noma ngabe kuthiwa khona into osayicabanga, let's think about it together. Ake sicabange sobabili mhlambe kukhona isolution esingaqhamuka nayo. Thank you. Ngiyaxolisa sengiyashawa. Usisi la ngaphambili uyangishaya ukuthi uSIDA lo simtholaphi. La eMaritzburg uSIDA utholakala ku number 283 la ngalibalele street opposite uSpa. Kule building kuthiwa tourism hub on the second floor. eThekwini uSewesville. But you can phone us. Let me give you the number for our office. So that you can just call us. Ma ukuthi ufona ngemali engane uthi ngicela ningifonele back usho number 033 264 3100. Siyacela bandlana isihluphe. We are there to serve you. Thanks.
Siyabonga kakhulu from Usida I'm sure sizobathola somabhizinisi abazophuma kulomhlangano namhlanje. Ingake nifike nikhulume kamnandi Dr. Ngoba mina ngi-public rep ngakusho lokho. Nikhuluma kamnandi. Bafike ke abantu sebezofuna usizo. Ningasatholakali. So ke wena uyathembisa ukuthi ubukweka uthembisa ukuthi awuyona leyo nhlobo yomsebenzi okhuluma kahle abantu mase bekufuna befuna ubalekelele ngama business plan ungasatholakali. Ngikusho lokho ngoba ngikhethwe I've seen these things before. Bese ingcingo ingena ku speaker. Wesomlomo wasibiza emhlanganweni. Safike sathenjiswa speaker nanizodlala ngathi. Kanti inhloso ngempela ukuthi abantu bakithi balekelele basizakale. And siyabonga ukuthi that invite is a very important invite ukuthi abantu bakithi bakwazi ukuthola usizo. Ngoba kwesinye isikhathi abanye bala ngoba kukhona iminyango nje efike yavalwa. Uhulumeni ethi cha na indlela yokuthi abantu bakithi bakwazi ukuyiqalela bona imisebenzi baba baqashi bona bengayitholi indlela eyaphambili. But I think one of the things that I was suggesting to the team is that all the presentations must be made available to everyone. I'm sure they will find a way you can contact us so that wonke umuntu unayo number ya wasita njalo njalo. We now going to proceed to we're supposed to be joined by Commission for Gender Equality. We are informed that they are unable to join because of load shedding. But we have asked them, because Bebezos joiner online, we have asked them to also to send the presentation so that we can make the presentation available to all the delegates. So in that way, we will not have that presentation. We are now going to allow for questions by the delegates before we take the sector to speak. We are going to allow delegates to ask questions. We started with the speaker. You can then start questions. You don't have to follow the order of how the presentations were made. You can just stand up. You don't have to say your name if you don't feel you want to say your name. You don't want to say your name. God, you then tell us ukuthi umbuzo wakho udirecte kubani. Nganikhumbuza nje ukuthi upresente abakwa Department of Justice, kwa presente abakwa Human Rights Commission, kwa presente abakwa basemaphoyiseni, kwa presente abamnyango wezempilo kusuka usida manje, so ke kwa presente no IEC. So you are free to ask questions, but we are going to try and manage time as well, because I know that some of your leaders are still going to come here. It's not because some of the issues we are not aware of. We were in planning meetings. We fairly understand what are the issues. Amanya yafana, but so that we manage time. Umbuzo subuzo omunye. Siyacela ungawubuzi ngoba mawufana umbuzo impendulo izofana, so that can I then see the show of hands, and then we are going to, as agreed, nabafowethu abaphethe into zama camera lapha, please nenze njalo ke ninga sifake ehlazweni. Ngizonipha inombolo. Nombolo 1, nombolo 2, nombolo 3, nombolo 4, nombolo 5. Siqedileke ngapha. Nisihlanu nizolandelana ngale inamba enginiphe zona. Unambolo 6, kahle unambolo 7, nambolo 8. Nayo ke imibuzo yethu. Sizocela ke ukuthi ngicele nje singayindlaleli ngestatement ngoba kuye kuze umbuzo usuzwe. Singaqhubeka ke.
Umeqondene naye. Okay. Besacela onesi ukuthi bafundiseke ngemfihlo phakathi komuntu nesiguli, phakathi kwesiguli naye. Okwesibili esicela ezibhedlela baye kusidisclosele idata zethu. Abasusele lezi inyawo abahambe beyifaka. Muya ka TB ufica kuno green. Umuya una like into ethi cancer kuno pink. Then mase kuya ku HIV kuno red. Asiyithandi thina lezi inyawo lezi. Asiyifuni. Nokunye futhi mekuya emaphilisini sekuyolandwa amaphilisi. Asithandi lento yokuhlukaniswa kwamawindi. Ukuthi abeze ka HIV iwindi labo leli. Uwindow number 1 no number 2 owaka HIV. Then laba abanye sekuwo chronic. Asithandi thina leyo nto leyo. Siyazazi ukuthi siyagula siziyela thina emakliniki. Suku right.
Ngizoshela nabanye. Ngiyabonga bhuti. Yasebenza? Oh. I'm Duduzile Dlamini from Swet Sexworkers Education and Advocacy Task Force. I'm a sex worker, very proud, and I'm calling for full decriminalization of sex work in South Africa. I've been lobbying for more than 25 years with my organization, and so I'm going to leave to my colleagues other questions, but I'm going to focus on the SARAC report that was present here. The SARAC report was coming from the wrong hands. The people that they were dealing with the SARAC report, really, it was moral and beliefs. Also taking away the dignity and the agent of the Black woman who make choices from the limited options. And I feel like they're taking away our dignity. The criminalization, that 1957 sexual offense that was supposed to be already removed long time ago because we're living in the country of a democratic country. So what I'm going to ask, lady, that was, how many times that they present the same report? They never done something. I was a part of reading that report. I was a part of reading that report. I was a group of people who was reading that report. But in the report, I've noticed a lot. There was a lot of people, there was really not believe in sex work. And after the issue of the paper, years ago, I'm talking about those people who was writing those reports, they were already died long ago, before even the country was democratic and progress. It came late after 10 years, after the issues. But it's still not progress. Department of Justice doesn't do nothing, does not take serious what we're advocating for. And what now they do, they just keep on reading when we do lobbying, and then they keep on reading the same report and the same report that is not progressive, while Sweat and Sisonke, we've done a lot of work. In that report, Fedusa and Kosatu, they were not supporting decriminalization. We've done work. Kosatu and Fedusa, they full decriminalize. They support full decriminalization of sex work. That means that there is a lot of research that has been done. After that, even before that report comes out, you even push that report to come out. So my question, what they want to do now, what is the plan on Department of Justice to take it out that report and work it progressive in the good hands? Let's use human rights approach when we're dealing with this report, not use morality and beliefs of people who are not taking advantage of sex workers, who don't want to protect sex workers and human beings. Sex workers are human beings, are mothers, are sisters. Department of Justice, come out with that report. Let's work, and let's work together to push for decriminalization in South Africa. Stop using that report.
Sanibonani. Yebo, ngiyi-sex worker yaseThekwini. Ngicela ukubuza kubaba uMncadi ukuthi njengoba thina sama-sex workers siyasebenza, if uyovula i-account esitolo, uba nenkinga yokuthi kuthiwa woza ne-proof yokuthi like uyasho ukuthi uyasebenza. Mawuthi uyasebenza kuthiwa woza ne-proof yokuthi uyasebenza like iy'liphu nani nani. Mina ngiyi-odaphi lento engiyidayisayo. Sanibonani. Umbuzo yakeswa usekhona uBrigitte? Okay. Kusuka kuthini? Kusuka kuba kutheni ma umuntu ezoprofile? Why?
Ayisilekelele nasimuzwa nhlobo ukuthi sisi.
So bengibuza mina ngithi kuBrigitte umbuzo wami straightforward to Brigadier Keso. Why do sex workers get profiled when they get to the police station? Pictures being taken and fingerprints. Cela usichazele mama ukubana yenzeka makutheni after how long umuntu efike kuma cells or a police station. Because my thing is abanye they get profiled as soon as they get to the police station before even giving a statement. Yabo.
Course.
Five down. Siqede bawu-5 la. No, Nkosi khona ufuna ukungiroba lapha nangu number 5. Khona ufuna ukungiroba ngabe u5 sasesiqala la. Yes, ba5 la bese siza ngapha bathathu ngapha. Angeke ngithethe yedwa.
Sanibonani. Angengizisho. Mina engicela ukukubuza ngibuzela bonke ama-sex worker ongakusiyi sex worker. Let's say kube ngibuza ku-SAPS, let's say kube ne-attempting rape. Then uhambe uyovula icala bawalandele wonke ama-procedure. Then bese bezothi lo muntu lo owenze i-attempting murder abambophi. Kukhona even akuthathile kwenziwa kanjani ngaye especially umazi uyayiyela kuye owenze njani amaphoyisa ethi awaboshwa cause i-attempting rape. Ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yebo, igama lami ngingu-Constancy Nothando Kamate. Mina imbuzo yami ibimthathu but duduzile i-colleague yami ikhavile eminye imbuzo benginayo. Into yokuqala ngizoqala nge-Department of Justice, though kunezinye izinto engifila like zishiyekile. Right. For presentation, I mentioned ukuthi yebo. Okay. Okay, they mentioned ukuthi they did consultations with the people that exited e-industry. How can we get a report from the people that are no longer in the industry? We are talking about the people who are still in the industry. These are the people that are requesting a decriminalization of sex work, not the people that are exited. Then the other question again, we cannot be compared with a Western woman whilst we are talking with the issues of Africa. Sithetha nge-issues zalapha eMzansi, asifuni ukuzwa nge-issues zase-America, ezaphesheya, sifuna ezalapha eMzansi. We are talking about the current issues that are happening. And then the other thing, in multi-party women's caucus, they did organize submissions. They call out submissions. We did submissions. It wasn't mentioned in the report. That is loud and clear. That report is outdated. We need to engage and work together and have a new report. That is an old, outdated report. And then the other thing is we are commissioner, human rights commissioner. We have got a case Ega Robin. Robin died under the right nose of the protection of the police, in the custody of the police. Saitata ikesi saisa human rights commissioner. Mfuna ukwazi namhlanje ukuthi how best can you work together, because iPad we reported the issue to the iPad. They take us up and down. They said they have done their investigation, which the investigation wasn't a proper investigation to us because it didn't say anything. There was no clarity why Robin died in the cells of the police station. So we went to Human Rights Commissioner. So we arranged a meeting with them, and that case was the Human Rights Commissioner, and then they said they'll get back to us. We want to know the way forward. Right. We want to know with the Human Rights Commission how best can we work together and make sure we find the issue that the issue that killed the overall. We need justice for them. 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 We need justi
And then the last thing that I have here, oh, Sida. Sida, I just want to know, okay, we want to know what are the procedures to apply this, to be involved or to get a profile as a member of SIDA. What are the processes and what are the requirements?
The Department of Justice is playing games with us. I've got a passport here. I was in Netherlands in 2018. Here's my visa for Netherlands. 2018, they speak in 2017, and they're using the Netherlands model for South Africa. When I was in the Netherlands, I was there for 10 days. Sex workers, they marched the bati abayfuni illegalization as in Netherlands. Whereas the department, they are coming here, but partially report in 2017. Meaning, when in 2017, Mama finalized that report, the same year, the following year in Netherlands, change. Yet as ifuni legalization, they marched for a total decriminalization of sex work in the Netherlands. So it's wrong when the department are using other international countries to compare South Africans. Remember, our history is not the same. They are talking with privileged white people about our golds and diamonds in Africa, and then they want to compare us to those people. And again, in Department of Health, last year, we had a dialogue where like the deputy minister was in that room, in the holding room, where our national leaders sat in. Meaning they lied when they said there is work that has already been done, lying on our face. They lied because they bring them 2017, whereas we are talking 2020. But the Department of Justice needs to be clear. They ignore as for no recommendation by show you, but it must be partially decriminalized. It must also go for non-decriminalization, or it must go for a public engagement. Mabat, they did 4 workshops. South Africa, there's how many provinces? It was 9. If they did 8 workshops, now they're only planning 2. Imagine 2 workshops that they're saying we're going to be doing. Whereby, like, meaning those 2 workshops, most of what they're going to do, they'll go to the metros. They'll tell you, okay, our metros, which is going to be Durban, Johannesburg, Cape Town. Then from there, they're going to say, according to sex workers, this is what happened in the country. Then I will ask Ama Police, why is it so difficult that the police, when they're arresting Abo Mama who engage into sex work, they cannot prove who good these people they were actually engaging, because the law says you need to be caught in the act. There must be a witness. There must be the money that you say you were engaging on, and then they must bring a state witness who will say, Your Honor, I saw Katlejo, nalona, bayenza loku. But when we take steps to court, they admitted Uguti, due to Uguti, they are under pressure, yoku follow estates. Sex worker, they are the easy target because awuna knife, awuna spamo, awulali, makuchangena, uyangena. Bese balala ngopolo, when they are going to report back, but report back because of Uti today, officer Banibanu arrested 50 abantu. They do not break it down. Let 50 ongele. Some of the women could admit that because could admit that we are signing, how successful arrest. Why that behavior is still happening? Remember, not all the police are bad police. That's why, as a movement, we have formed a campaign, a positive police partnership, whereby like we sensitize Ama Police. But I'm still asking my question to the police. Why is it difficult for them to prove? Because you cannot target female blacks. It's always umfazi. Thank you.
Sanibonani xa ninginezithuba. Sibongile kahle. Okay, ke bake besabelungu injustice is an injustice. Kodwa ekugcineni lo injustice asiwenzeliwe. Khona nje into enkulu engizothanda ukuyisho kahle ngicabanga ukuthi ya kwi Department of Justice. ngesimo sokuthi kuyimanje sikwi-media njengoba nje sikwi-media sisaba yisho ukuyiveza ukuthi okay mina ngusibanibani ngisuke eThekwini ngenza umsebenzi okanje ngesimo sokuthi usuvelile laphayana ekugcineni uvela lapha ka-TV noma uvela lapha noma uyatshelwa kuthiwa bandla sicela umuntu osebenza ngabantu besilisa ozosimela asikhulumele eredweni ekugcineni ungibuza kanjani ukuthi ngenza malini ngosuku ekugcineni ungibuza kanjani ukuthi ngenza malini ngosuku phezu kwalokho kungibuze ndokho ungibuza ukuthi sengilimale kangakanani kulomkhakha lo engikuwona wena wazini ngathi ngoba wena mele ubuze ukuthi sikwenzakalani kunina sikhathele abantu abasijajayo sijajwa yisho nalapha kwi-media bengithi media ngibala yonke into amaredo yonke into basibuza ukuthi ulala nabantu abangaki kusuthi ngelanga kusuthi mebuza ukuthi uhola malini akekho umuntu onemvumo yokuthi azi umholo wakho ingakho kunento ethi confidential islip sikhathele lo mbuzo uzoze usaba ukukhuluma ko-red uzoze usabe isho ukuvela ka-TV ekugcineni wena mongibuza ukuthi kulala nabantu abanganani wena uzongivusela iy'londa zokuthi kushuthi mina njengoba nje ngikade ngaqala ukuma emgaqweni kahle kahle sengilaya namadoda amangaki omunye umuntu angibona ngimile ngisho ku-TV ukuthi mina ngi-SW uzongihlonipha kanjani mase sengibona ngihamba emgaqweni noma umuntu engisena namhlanje ngiyakhuluma eredweni uzongihlonipha kanjani mase sezwile ukuthi okay bekade kukhuluma usibanibani uthena ngelanga mhlambe wenza u1.2 mewukuthi ngithena iround u50 ngiyaxolisa ukusho kanjalo ngibeka iqiniso mengithe iround u50 kusho ukuthi uzobala lo 1.2 ukuthi ngilale namadoda amangaki guys ngiyacela bandla ngiyacela umbuzo bese kuzoba umbuzo wesibili uya kubhuti uNtuthuko ngicela ukubuza ukuthi njengoba nje nuSada uthi niyakwazi ukuthi umuntu mase sefikile namsiza ngebhizinisi lakhe ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi njengoba nje nithi nimnikeza imali leyo mali leyo usuke esazoyikhokha yini ngoba yonke into emeli ihambe ngeqiniso mina ngingagijimi ngoba ngiye ngomfuso ukuthi kuthiwa ngizonikezwa imali ngisizwe kanti ekugcineni kuzomela imali ngiyikhokhe ngiyabonga
No. Hands siqedile ngezandla. No. Angisho siyibalile izandla. Bebe bathatha abantu nga. U8 ubunge. No, we're not. We're not. I am going to take ngizomthatha usisi, but ngeke siqale phansi. We need to also be practical. Ngizomthatha usisi mnike imic. Kodwa leyo qala phansi kufanele sibe practical as well. Kukhona abantu abaphuma kuma districts akude abangahlali eMaritzburg. So kunama districts aphuma khona abantu abaphuma emkhanya kude. That Muscat allow they will have to drive. So asibe practical ngesikhathi. Because ama issues where ngiyazi ukuthi kusaza ama leaders vela zokhuluma with some of the issues that we have raised. So let me allow you, Sisi.
Ngiyabonga. Sanibona. Yebo umbuzo wami ubhekise ku Department of Health. Sister actually. Sister understand mina lento ukuthi ngidla amaphilisi. Amaphilisi ami sengizowathola kuMpume ngoba na kuMpume uyangazi. Akanayo i-right yokuthi anikeze uMpume amaphilisi ami. Amaphilisi ami angizizele mina. Amaphilisi ami angathi uMpume mengabe uqhamuka ngihleni nabangani bami. Uzowaletha ewaphethe kanje akazi noma bayazini ukuthi mina ngiyawadla namaphilisi. Amaphilisi ami ayimfihlo yami. Usister imina efa ngizizele kuyena uma senginesikhathi sokuyolanda amaphilisi ami. Abanayo i-right yokuthi banikeze omunye umuntu amaphilisi omunye umuntu. Which is wrong. Lokho kusehlisa isithunzi. Ngoba ngelinye ilanga omunye umuntu ukuthuka ngawo lawo maphilisi ngoba nakuyena engawadli. Ngiyabonga ngicela bayiyeke leyo nto
umuntu akazilandele yena amaphilisi akhe. If umuntu akekho ukuzilandela amaphilisi akhe abaphinde nawe emumva. Ngikhuluma nalabo bama mobile.
Thank you very much. Ngizocela senze kanjena ke so that there is that we get these responses. Ngizocela siqale nge-Department of Justice to give some of there were quite a few issues that were directed to the Department of Justice. Can we get the lady from the department to come back, because I did say that there is an issue about how we make laws in this country, and how long does it take just to make the law. So it seems that's where we are. Are we able to connect her? Can I get an indication, colleagues, there, if you are winning? Okay, we will try and go back there. Can I ask subs? So that we manage time. Laba banginceda ngama moving roving mics bavele bangisele kubona laba bazophendula. Ngicela siyise ku subs to respond to some of the issues that were directed to Emma Poison.
Testing. Okay. Cabanga ukuthi ngiyazwakala. Program Director. Abe mathathu ama questions akabhekiswe ku SAPS. Umbuzo wokuqala ubuthi kubaleke ngani why abantu ababoshiwe ba profile ema police stations. Abanye ba profile before banikeze statement.
Yeah, because it's fine.
Fine, okay. Okay, impendulo yalo mbuzo isimple nje straightforward. Yes, kuwumthetho ukuthi wonke umuntu oboshwayo mayidlula emabhukwini kufanele ukuthi aprofilwe, kuthathwe ama fingerprints akhe, kuthathwe nesithombe sakhe. Esikubuza njenge National Photo Identification System, ikusisithombe sakhe sihlale ngaphakathi kwisystem yethu. My profile umuntu ngeprofile kubheka ukuthi akabe khona futhi amanye amacala kanawo or amacala akafunelwa wona. Kusemthethweni uma ngabe amaphoyisa engakwenzi lo, uma kwenzekile waboshwa bangakuprofiler abangakuprofiler kusho ukuthi amaphoyisa kukhona icala abalenzayo ukungaprofile umuntu oboshiwe noma uboshelwe ini, noma uboshelwe ukuba yi-sex worker, noma uboshelwe ukuntshontsha, noma uboshelwe ini. Mangakuprofilanga kuyicala ungakwenzi lokho, so amaphoyisa asuke egcina umthetho. Then omunye umbuzo olandelile uthe indaba kube nzima ukubopha amaphoyisa enze i-attempted rape. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngicapture kahle lo mbuzo, mangicapture kahle kusho ukuthi ungabe uclarify ke late ukuthi aboshwa ngani. Kuzoba bukhuni ukuthi ngikuphendule direct lo mbuzo lo. Ngangcono ukuthi si refer to a specific incident ukuze sikwazi ukulandelela ukuthi kwenzakalani, babakhona yini ubufakazi, because uma ngabe khona icala lenzekile kufanele kube khona i-statement ezifakazela lokho ukuze umuntu abopheke for that particular specific incident. So ngizocela ukuthi mangabe mhlambe mase kuphela umhlangano noma mangabe ungakwazi ukungi-approach unginikeze ama details aleyo, then ngizokwazi ukulandelela. Iwona futhi ama platforms la njengoba kade nginikeza ama email addresses la kungacomplaina khona, ungacomplaina futhi nange incident efana nalena, kulande hlanganisa nokuthi mhlambe makukhona icala walivula awutholi feedback ofanele ukuthi uyithole, sebenzisa lawo ama emails. Then owesithathu umbuzo kube yilo othi ke na indaba kube difficult to prove i-sex work. where amaphoyisa uthola ukuthi ayabopha kodwa sokwama statistics nje akukho ukuthi i-sex worker yagwetshwa defana naleyo. Yes, good difficult akukho lula ukuprova ngaphandle uma umuntu umthole kwi-act. Ingakho omasipala nomasipala benama bylaws abo. Ama bylaws omasipala hlanganisa ukuthi uma ngabe ubona umuntu ehamba lokho sikubiza ngesingisi sithi loitering for the purpose of prostitution kubhalwe kanjalo ngizokusho nje bakunjalo. Ngisebenzisa i-term ekhona njengamanje emthethweni ngiyaxolisa ukuthi mhlambe ngenze ukuthi offensive kodwa iwona ama terms esiwasebenzisayo akhona. Kuzofanele kusetshenzwe ke Department of Justice namanye ama role players ukuthi kushintshwe lokho because iloko kubhalwe kanjalo uma ngabe uboshwa kusuke kubhalwe kanjalo. So kusetshenziswa ama bylaws ukuthi ama sex workers aboshwe. Kukhona ke kodwa futhi ne department emaphoyiseni DPCI or lokho kudume ukuthi ama Hawks kukude specialized units within them edila kakhulukazi ngomsebenzi we sex work ohlanganisa kakhulukazi ne human trafficking because siyazi ukuthi kukhona abanye abadlala ngabantu basebenzise ama sex workers ukuze bona bagene imali ukuthi babe nezindlu babe nama brothels kodwa uthola ukuthi wena i-sex worker kodwa ibona abathola kakhulu imali. So ngicela ukuma lapho ngiyabonga.
Ngicela Human Rights Commission.
Ngiyabonga program director. Ngicabanga ukuthi munye umbuzo obukhona obuziwe umayelana necase ka Robin I think. Yes, so ukufa komuntu e-police station kuyimsebenzi ka IPID. So if i-case naniyithumele kwa IPID nanenze into efanelekile ene rights because kuyi-mandate yabo ukuthi ba-investigate ukufa komuntu ngaphakathi e-police station. So ngizwile ke futhi ukuthi uthe nayi-approacha i-South African Human Rights Commission. So maybe into engenzeka ukuthi ngingabuyela ofisini siyobheka ukuthi ke kwenzekani kuloko but uma ngibuka ngiyacabanga ukuthi kwenziwa i-referral because obviously if i-IPID ina mandate yokudila naleyo nto maybe i-case ya referral to IPID but if usafuna ukuthi uxoxisane ne-Human Rights Commission ile ukuthi ungabuya uze ngaphakathi ku-Human Rights Commission so that uzothola i-feedback yana. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga baba Mgenge ngizocela umfethu uNtuthuko Sida.
Ngibonga kakhulu. I think the first question, thank you colleague for capturing it for me, was how do you apply or the procedure to apply at SIDA? Engakubeka nje ukuthi SIDA has 6 branches within the province. We have one in Ladysmith, Durban, Potchefstroom, eXhopo, Maritzburg, naseNewcastle. What I would suggest ukuthi umuntu aziyele ene branchini ukuze bakwazi ukumprintela ama forms so that i-advice iqale lapho ukuthi why am I applying, what is it that I'm applying for, and what other things can SIDA help you with whilst at the branch. Kubalule kanjalo as opposed to ukuthi ngithi we can email you the forms and then we have difficulty also in trying to wagcwalisa. So rather let's engage, come to the branch because we have 6 around the province which can assist you. Back to the question yakho siswami othe imali uyayibuyisa yini? Very important question. USIDA, let me just be clear, does not provide funding. Tina, we provide business development support services. So umuntu oprovide i-finance is SIFA, Itala, and other institutions. Okwethu facilitator access to that finance. However, under the TREP program, which is Township and Rural Enterprise Program, uSIFA uthi will provide you funding. Kodwa mawusuyibuyisa, a portion of the funding will be grant. In other words, kule funding esikunika yona, enye yayo sizokunika mahala. But a portion of it also you need to pay back. But the interest on those loans as the development institutions, iba ngcono kakhulu, yes.
Thank you very much. Ngicela siphindele emnyangweni wezempilo. Dr. Shabalala.
Thank you. Imbuzi B4 usisi ukhulume ngokuthi amanesi afundiswe ukuthi angadisclose i-status. Indlela afundiswe ngayo ukuthi angadisclose i-status akwehli kahle ukuthi kanti khona abantu abadisclose i-status somuntu. Kodwa kukhona uhlelo esilibiza nge-shared confidentiality. Abantu abasiza lowo muntu kuyi-legal right ukuthi kufanele bazi nge-status somuntu khona bezokwazi nabo ukuthi bavikeleke. Kodwa ukuthi angiyazi context yokuthi lesi status somuntu discloswa kuphi. Kodwa kubalulekile wonke umsebenzi wezempilo une-identity document ayifakayo. Kubalulekile ukuthi uthathe igama nesibongo somuntu khona uzokwazi ukureport. Sinohlelo lwangaphakathi. Uma useklinikhi ungareporta kumphathi weklinikhi, uma usesibhedlela kukhona ngisho PRO nabaphathi bey'bhedlela. Okwey'bhedlela-ke ezidisclose i-status ngokwey'nyawo phansi. Ngiyalwazi uhlelo lwey'nyawo ngizolichaza uma sengize emaklinikhi ku-primary health care. Ngicela ukuthi usisi asiphe amagama alezo zibhedlela so that sizokwazi ukuthi sikulungise lokho. Uhlelo lwey'nyawo uhlelo esilisebenzisayo ngokwama-quality standards ukuthi sikwazi ukubona ukuthi abantu bethu bathola usizo oluyi-quality nokuthi abalindi isikhathi eside sokuthi basizakale. Emaklinikhi sinohla okuba abantwana nomama abakhulelwe silibiza ngo-mother and child stream. Sibe nohla lwabantu abanama-chronic asihlukanisile. I-diabetes iyi-chronic, i-hypertension iyi-chronic, i-HIV, TB. Bahamba endaweni eyodwa, bangena omnyangweni oyedwa. Senzela ukuthi kwazi nalowo umuntu onochwephesha kulolo luhla ukuthi bonke bangene emnyangweni owodwa. Bese kuba khona abeza nje benokugula ukugula nje ukuqale manje nabo banohla lwabo. Uma uyi-emergency futhi uney'nyawo ezihlukile lapho. Lokho kwenzelwa i-organizational arrangement in order to improve quality of service that we are providing and to minimize the waiting time. Kodwa ngiyazicela amagama lezo y'bhedlela okuthiwa akusebenzise ngokudiscriminate. Kuma-pharmacy-ke awu-2 or 3 ama-window akhona. Akukho ukuthi i-window laka-HIV and AIDS. Kusho ukuthi uma nifika e-pharmacy nifaka amakhadi enu, amakhadi ayabekwa ne bese kukhishwa ngekhadi lokuqala elifikile. Kodwa hhayi ngoba kuthiwa kuleli HIV lapha.
That's all on Dr. Shabarara.
Yes, ngicela ukusho lokho kokugcina because
Dr. Shabalala.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Just give me a second. Just a second. Colleagues, there's a way of behaving in any meeting. I'm really raising this because we're all adults here and we're in a meeting. We might be irritated because we don't get a response we want, but there's a way of how we conduct meetings. I'm really appealing that let's do that because we're in a meeting. If we're to all scream, we'll probably not have resolutions of this meeting, but it's not going to help us then. So there is a way how we conduct ourselves in a meeting. Ngiyacela, so that we don't howl the speaker, because we might be irritated because we don't get what we want, but it's not how we conduct ourselves in any meeting. Ngiyacela sibambisane. There's a way of behaving nhlanganweni. Ngiyaxolisa ukukuphazamisa Dr. Shabalala.
Thank you, Program Director. And ngiyacela ukuthi amagama alezo ibhedlela siwathole. Ngoba kubalekile ukuthi ukwakha lokho sikwazi ukulungisa uma khona izinto ezingahambi kahle. Silungise nje head on ukuthi abantu basizakale bakhululeke ngokuza ezikhungweni zethu zezompilo. Mhlambe kwaqondana nje ukuthi kulandelane umuntu onesifo othatha imishanguzo noma ku-HIV. Yikho sicela amagama khona so address ama issues nabantu abaspecific. Kulokho kokuthi amaphilisi akhe anikwe omunye umuntu ngokomthetho ama-mobile anika lowo muntu mengekho akaphathiselwa unless umebhalile mhlawumbe umama ugogo okhulile ne-ID kufanele ibe khona ngithi tshengisa ukuthi uthunywe lo muntu. Kulolu hlelo lwethu olokuthi sihambise amaphilisi ngoba yiwo wonke amaphilisi hayi ukuthi imishanguzo, sihambise ama-chronic amaphilisi abantu abanezifo eziyimbelesela esiwahambisayo ngoba sizama ukubavikela ukuthi kungagcwali emtholampilo or ey'bhedlela uma sinendlela yokubahambisela. Umuntu yafonelwa kuqala abuze uzobe ukhona yini ekhaya, kulungile yini ukuthi sikhambisele ekhaya, then bamhambisele ekhaya. Ofuna ukuyowathola kwi-adherence club uzothola kwi-adherence club. Othi sohlangana kuphi khulumeka kanjalo. Ngokwethu i-protection yabantu ngoba siyathanda ukuthi baqhubeke be-adhere ku-treatment so that kuzo-improve ama-health outcomes. Asiyengathanda ukujeopardize imfihlo yabo. I-confidentiality is one thing that si-subscribe kuyona kakhulu. So bengingacela ukuthi sithole amagama lezo y'bhedlela ezingezi kahle. So kulungisa nakuma-mobiles sithole nokuthi i-mobile team ehambela kuphi leyo enika umpuma ngazi ukuthi ubani. Kusho ukuthi umuntu nje wasemphakathini emphathisa lokho. Ama-community health workers kwezinye indawo ayayiphatha imithi ahambisele abantu emakhaya kuleso sigodi lapho besebenza khona. So kungakuhle ukuthi umuntu athole into specific khona sizokwazi ukuyi-addressa njengomnyango. Abantu baphatheke kahle baqhubeke nokudla amaphilisi abo nokuya ey'khungweni zezempilo ngoba iyona ndlela le esingaphilisa isizwe. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Dr. Shabalala. I'm told there is your colleague from the National Department of Health who might want to add something on the questions that were asked. Or provincial? Oh, okay.
My name is Petra Zamamtembu, Provincial Department of Health, KwaHast, HIV and AIDS. I'm just going to add very briefly. Abaning ben bayangaza ngithi. So, entweni ibalile, especially, I'm going to be specific to a program. Yaga HIV and AIDS ne treatment. I think ukuze ilunge kahle mhlawumbe ihleleke kuthina sonke thina as ama providers or esinikeza treatment nama recipients e treatment. I think fanele siqale ekutheni nenze ama submissions amasha because ngikhuluma la ngisuka kude nani ngisuka kude ne program. Izinto ezi-implementwe kwi-program yaka-HIV and AIDS bekuyizicelo ezicelwayo. For example, sacelwa ukuthi kuthatha isikhathi eside ukuthola i-treatment and yet usuze nje kuzolanda i-treatment awuzili kuzoxilongwa. And we put systems in place ezokwenza ukuthi ungalindi mawuzolanda i-treatment. For example, lezi zinto eniy'mentionayo. So uma lezo zinto seziqhamuka seziyinkinga, we need to be told so we can change. Fanele sitsheleke ukuthi inkinga ikuphi ikuphi enikubonayo khona sothi mase sishintsha singashayeki futhi ukuthi sesishintshe into ekwakuvunyelwene ngayo ngoba siyazi ukuthi sikhuluma ngani la sikhuluma ngeprogram ya fast track where you don't wait, you come, you get your treatment, you go. That's one. Number two, in terms of signage, lekhulunywa ngayo yeinyawo. There was a reason. Mawufika kumina ePortshepstone, inkulu iPortshepstone Hospital. Uqhamuke kunesi eqhwashaze shona le uthi ngisacela ukubuza ngiphethe ingane igula kakhulu ikuphi la kubona khona izingane. Sasiyayisithi hamba le ujikelela khona shona le ujikelela khona. Kwanento eqhamukayo ukuthi ngesikhathi ubuza kumina ngithi jikelele yakhona ufica omunye unesi athi shona le ujikele ikhona ufica omunye kwadwetshwa lezi inyawo ezokuthi unesi athi oh yebantwaneni landela lezi inyawo ezimhlophe ezokufaka ebantwaneni oh yolanda ama-ARVs landela lezi inyawo ezibomvu izokufaka kuma-ARVs eThembeni clinic ePortshepstone oh uya emathanjeni landela lezi inyawo ezihlaza zizokufaka e-orthopedic clinic. So those were the reasons. So uma sekunezinto ezimele ukuthi ashintshe bhalana ama-submission nisho ukuthi no health asisakuthandi lokhuya ngoba konke saku-implement sasiceliwe kuma-platforms afana nalawo. When it comes to coding e-pharmacy again i-reason yokuthi e-pharmacy kwenziwe leziya zinto was because sasikhala sidla amaphilisi ama-ARVs sasikhala sithi ufika uhlale e-pharmacy kubizwe bonke ogogo abazolanda i-diabetes, maybe hypertension or whatever. Bese kuthiwa mina ngizolanda ama-ARVs and there's no need ukuthi ngihlale isikhathi eside because na last month I ngilande the same treatment. Now this month kwase kwenziwa into ekuthiwa pre-pack where we take your names ukuthi obani abadlala kulesi sibhedlela kuphulwe out list bese uphekhelwe i-treatment yakho ungakafiki. By the time ufika sekuthiwa shona straight kuleliya window uzofika uthola i-treatment. Lama systems enziwa because of icelo ukuthi silinde isikhathi eside esibhedlela ngilinde nje ukuthi ngiyolanda treatment yami ngiphume ngihambe. The last one yokuphathisana nge-treatment unikeza omunye umuntu i-treatment yakho again khona izinto okwakuthiwa ama-support groups. Kuma-support groups nanifika kuthina usister usitshela ukuthi thina sama-sex worker siyazana so-5 sicela ukusupportana sodwa. So i-mobile mayifika iyayibuza ukuthi kulabantu abawu-5 kule support group uZinhle uSibongile uPetra mina uZama ubani uSibongile akafika ngoba niyazana and na disclosure to each other. uSibongile akafikanga singenze njani ukuthi angahambi i-treatment yakhe ingabuyele emuva. Remember ukubuyela kwe-treatment ibuyela back to esibhedlela le iqale phansi sekwenziwa i-script esisha na yonke leyo long story u-end up lowo muntu engasawathola ngama-ARVs bese iva igciwane le emzimbeni ingabe suppressed. So again nalapho kwavunyelwana ukuthi okay kwi-group yethu thina sibawu-10 siyazana sisacela ukuthi mina mangingafikanga unikeze usibanibani. So uma ungayenzanga leyo arrangement sitshele thina njengaba-implementers sister ukuthi mina ngiyenza nge-arrangement yokuphathelwa amaphilisi ngicela awami anganikezwe umuntu. Ngicela singayi-generalize ngoba once sayi-generalize izo-affect abaningi ababesicelile ukuthi mina nosibanibani siyazana and sihlala ngandawonye. Sisacela ukuthi eyami i-treatment imani ingekho ninikeze uSibongile. So ngisacela singayi-generalize ibe si-individualize wena uma ungafuni ukuphathelwa iba individual usho ukuthi mina nginayo i-group I don't belong to any group angifuni into ozophathelwa amaphilisi ami mangingawatholanga ngizokwenza indlela ukuthi ngigcine ngiwatholile but singayi-clusterish. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. I think you clarified some of the issues, and I think some of the issues will really deal with them as resolutions, so that we also go back to these departments and say no, but there's an issue of 1, 2, 3. But if you do it in that fashion, you will then expect departments to respond to a direct issue in the resolutions. And I just want to check once more if the Department of Justice is here, because I think there are quite serious issues that were directed to the Department of Justice. Ake ningikhomse ngezandla nje bafowethu lapho ukuthi niyamthola yini uJustice, because mani ngamtholi kuzofanele sibe nendlela yokuthi sithole impendulo kuma issues that were raised. kuthiwa batholakali ke, but I think ngiyacela kulabo abasilekelelayo abasibhalelayo ukuthi kuzofanele sithole indlela yokuthola impendulo ngoba into eziningi beyiqondiswe kakhulukazi eminyangweni wakwa justice, so sizofuna ukwazi ukuthi ba respond abathini so that the sector were able to provide responses as well. Now let's proceed with the program, noting that some of the issues are issues that the sector will have to deal with in a form of resolutions. Now I'm going to ask Sisonke to come forward. All the speakers that I'm calling forward, we have agreed ngesikhathi and ngizocela so that we all stick to our time. Sisonke, I'm going to invite Katlego to come forward and do a presentation.
Alova Amanda. Thank you, Chairperson. All protocol are observed, but I would like to to make an acknowledgement to one of our partner and also the PR that is making work around the KZN, AIDS Foundation South Africa. And colleagues, we need to be quite have an honest conversation around the issue of decriminalization. I'm speaking because I'm the National Sex Worker Sector Leadership, and I also sit in the Global Fund spaces. I also am part of the country coordinating mechanism for South Africa. It's been now since sex work was decriminalized in 1975. So this year it's 46 years. So some of the things that were criminalized, colleagues, we need to bring to the House attention. It was abortion, men that sleep with other men, marriage between whites and blacks, the selling of sex. So these are some of the things that were criminalized, whereby you couldn't do. Meaning the colonizers, those who came to our land in Africa, they regarded all these issues as taboo and they decided to criminalize them. But colleagues, the National Sex Worker Sector, they've done work that I feel at some point justice doesn't appreciate them. Remember, the country has what we call the National Strategic Plan. That sex workers themselves, they ask the South African National AIDS Council to facilitate that process, to make sure that they want a plan that will speak to provinces, which is the NSP for sex workers. That was launched in 2016. By then, it was the chairperson of the council, Honorable Deputy President Ramaphosa. Now he's the president of the country. In his own word, he said, we need to find a more human face when dealing with sex workers, because sex work, it is an essential work. And it's quite upset. Stats were being thrown at us, of which I felt very embarrassed when stats are thrown at us. According to SANAC in 2019, 288,000, that's the figure. But when stats are thrown at us, we've been told around that 160-something thousand. 280, that was in 2019, 288,000. Then there was lockdown. Meaning right now, if SANAC would go into their books, we are sitting around the 100,000 sex workers in the country. Close to 1 million if we were to now go into the books, because after lockdown, we are sitting in a country where a number of young people that are not employed, they see the sex work industry as the next big thing that, to put bread on their table. Colleagues, we need to be honest about this. 11 million young people in the country are out of work. We're talking adults who graduated degrees, and it's wrong for us to kind of like generalize sex work as a female thing. Colleagues, there are sex workers who drive Lamborghinis, who do sex work and get a house. The minute we remove poverty as an entry point to say, they're doing sex work because they are poor, bagiti. We have slave queens, guys. And these are like seasonal sex workers. These are like commercial sex workers who we need to have an honest discussions around this. And one thing that I want us to also focus, remember our national strategic plan that was meant for sex workers to treat HIV, STI, and TB, that was ending in 2019. Decriminalization of sex work was there into the plan. When we wrote the second national strategic plan that was launched, that is not yet launched, but it was wrote in 2019. In cabinet, they decided to remove the page that was written decriminalization. They throw it away, that this doesn't appetize the voters of this country. So it clearly shows that somebody somewhere in cabinet doesn't take the sex worker sector industry seriously. Because at some point, remember, the media, there's this specific newspaper, I will never mention them. I will never mention them here. Who speaks about the ecology that there's COVID in Limpopo or Mahosha? We have tried to engage that for the fact that you are still doing front pages and you are still calling sex workers as Mahoshas, you are still spreading the stigma and the discrimination that will forever, and it's one of the biggest newspaper in the country. It's less than 2 rand or 3 rand, you can get it. That on its own, it shows that we as a country, we need to be sensitized and be sensitive when we're dealing with sex workers issues. Remember, colleagues, South Africa is the only country in the whole of Africa. In 2016, they adopted in the government terms, including the legislative of the country, like you will never see the word prostitution in those. We're the only country. The reason I said to justice about the Netherlands, comrade, sex work in the Netherlands is legalized. As it's legalized, they give a specific place to go do your sex work. For example, if they say you can only do sex work in Ugu, but you can't do sex work out of Ugu. Meaning all the sex workers in Netherlands that the Lintlex is referring to, they must go to Ugu, which is the red light district, and do sex work. If they find you outside Ugu, then you will be arrested. That's what the Lint is telling the country. We should look into countries like that, of which it's wrong for her to bring that report to us. She doesn't take us serious. I'm about to close. I know my 10 minutes is finished. Lastly, colleagues, one thing that we should now look into, 53 heads of state have signed what to call the universal health coverage, to say by 2030, the year 2030, we need to end HIV in the country. The whole world, globally, HIV needs to end. But if we are still playing Mina Tatalo around sex issue, meaning South Africa is going to fail by 2030, we're already in 2021. If we do not decriminalize sex work in the country, and you look into the plan, the gender-based violence plan, the plan only promises that by 2014, that's when they will look into, they're not saying they're going to decriminalize, but they will look into, meaning from 2014, South Africa is left with only 6 years to move forward, because of by 2030, we need to make sure that we have end HIV in the country. And for the fact that sex workers issues are not being taken serious, AMASEPs, when we speak to them, they're not taking us serious. We already sensitized. I was part of the sensitization to workshops where we sensitized 8,000 like students in 2020. We sensitized them around sex workers issues. But the problem is the old ones at police station are the one who influencing the new one. That's the problem. And it's still a problem, or like I'm a police, they'll tell you that I will never open a case for my fellow colleagues. And it happens to sex workers all the time. And you ask yourself, even the IPs they are bringing there today, they'll tell you that it's going to be difficult for them to open a case against each other because they work in the same police station. So it's quite difficult. What's going to happen next? The docket went missing. There was not enough evidence. These are some of the things that we find that it's difficult for sex workers to even say, officer, I'm arrested. I was raped. I was robbed, I was done all of this violation because of the minute sex workers come forth, the police would want sex workers to admit that, oh, you were raped because you are doing sex work. Then they want now sex workers to frame themselves to say, you are doing sex work, that's why you are raped. Now I'm going to charge you again because of now you have also admitted into breaking the law. I'm going to charge you again. And that on its own, it makes sex workers not even want to report. And again, guys, I've saw lots of human trafficking IEC floating on our tables. It's a good thing that we search information. But colleagues, there are people who are being trafficked, just to go do sugar, to go do salt, in Mpumalanga for hairdressing. Those issues are never being addressed to. Some are being trafficked to work when they keeper. Maybe some of these t-shirts we're wearing, somebody was trafficked to do those t-shirts. These issues we need to articulate. When it comes to human trafficking, it's a different context. It should never, every time when you bring sex workers issues, we throw human trafficking into it. The reason why now sex workers, they cannot even report human trafficking amongst themselves or child exploitation, it's because when they go to a police station, but there's an underage child that's being exploited, when the police come, they will arrest everybody. I've seen it happening in Mpumalanga, where the police arrested 50 sex workers and they applaud themselves. Minister went even on TV to say, wow, what a good work. But not knowing that when we approach the police in Mpumalanga to say there are children that are being exploited, we didn't know they will come and arrest everybody. So that's why at some point sex work cannot even report certain issues because of the way the police are behaving towards sex workers. Guys, I'm talking now to sex executive pledges. These are the people that provide one of the basic occupational therapy. Lastly, I'm closing. I want also to acknowledge Guti for the first time, and the KZN legislative that take this initiative. I'm also one of the recommendation I'm putting. Can we therefore have a KZN legislative sex workers parliament that's going to be done annually, whereby like sex workers, they will come and look into the resolutions and say, this didn't work, but this is going to work, whereas we're also pushing for the criminalization of sex work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katlego. I think some of the issues they are raising are already telling us how the resolutions will look like. Ngicela ke uNomsa from Mothers for Future as ngaphambili. Ngiyacela nje ama-mic singawahlisi isikhathi eside kakhulu, ngiyabona ukuthi sibuye siwakhohlwe ngoba ngenza ukuthi singaguli ngoba lo mhlangano wethu kufanele uphume ney'xazululo zokuthi siphila kangcono kangakanani, ungasigulisi. Ngiyaxolisa ukukuvala engomeni. Qhubeka.
Anifuna uhlabela ngizolibizela ubrigadier. Ngithanda ukubingelela abaphathi bohlelo, ngibingelele abadala ngokusiphatha, and I can say all protocols observed. I greet you all. Mina igama lami nguNomsa Mesiremba. Ngiyi-National Helpline Coordinator kaSWET. Sisebenzisana noSisonke. Umsebenzi wami mina ikulalela, ukududuza, ukurefer, nokusebenzisana nama-sex workers, njalo nokusebenzisana nama-stakeholders. Ngingakaqhubekeli phambili, I would like to applaud two people for what they have done and say to sex workers. Honorable Sonjika, thank you so much for reassuring us. Hayi ngizombonga ekugcineni. Ngizomdlula. To our honorable Nontobeko boys. Nontombeko. Kwakunzima kumnyama ebantwini abaningi in level 5. Kwakulanjwa. There was no money, sex workers were not making money. We know it was lockdown. Weza umuntu ongumama onothando. She donated food parcels to sex workers. Sithi siyabonga mama. I'm coming back again, Honorable Sonjika. Bengifuna ukubonga ubusuphakeme. I would like to thank you so much for reassuring us that we're not just here for the legislator to tick out our boxes, but we are here for a purpose. No, we're so skeptical on coming here, but from what you said when I was sitting there, I gained confidence. I'm here to talk about the Mother for the Future, and I'll touch base on what I do at SWET, and I'll touch base on Helpline. Helpline is a project of SWET. Mother for the Future is a project for SWET as well. Mother for the Future was formed in 2013. The founder for Mother for the Future is Comrade Duduzile Dlamini. She saw the need that we need to start that group called Mother for the Future because sex workers were facing a lot of difficult situations regarding their children, themselves, and their own support. They needed to come together and make something happen for themselves. Sex work is illegal in South Africa. We have been talking about that since morning, so I don't need to repeat on that one. The challenge is that Mothers for the Future's face challenges within their communities and domestic violence, prenatal and mental health issues, sexual and reproductive health. They've got issues with their children as well, whereby their children, they find it very difficult to access education in other areas. You know, such things happen because the mother will be judged by the community. If somebody knows that you're a sex worker, you get judged, and a lot of things around you, they tend to change. And some of the children of sex workers are being taken away from them because they're sex workers, because sex work is not recognized. Sex workers are being left behind in many things. Like, for example, we're coming out of COVID. No one was there to support sex workers. That's where Helpline chips in, so it's Helpline. We were to put out a call out there for people to donate money. We created what we called Baker Body funding, where well-wishers were donating to SWET and were distributing that money to sex workers. A lot of sex workers benefited from that fund, and more than 700 children for sex workers, because one sex worker feeds about 3 to 4 people within a family. So we're calculating, we're giving money to this sex worker, so how many people is she feeding? So the children and everything, we calculated that. But the grant went a long way. So we hear the South African law doesn't favor sex workers, but they are citizens of this country. They're suffering in silence. Did you see what happened when Brigadier stood up? People started going to the bathrooms. She was not going to do anything, actually. But that's how much sex work is not allowed in South Africa. We always stay in silos. We're staying in silos because nobody is there to assist us. The other thing that mothers do, why this Mother Future group was formed, I said it, there are children of sex workers that have got chronic diseases as well. Not only HIV, they may have HIV like any other parent who has got HIV, the kids were affected by HIV. Those are the challenges that we do face. And then coming back to Helpline, helping every sex worker in this country, it's a national helpline. We don't choose whether we help only sex workers in KZN, in Joburg, or no, it's a national helpline. We assist the sex workers we give them psychosocial support, whereby we do telephonic counseling, face-to-face counseling, and we do referrals as well to those people that I see this one deserves to go see another partner, someone else to get the relevant assistance, then we refer them. Then some of the things that we do home visits and hospital visits. These are limited because we don't have enough funds to cover this. And one more thing that is not covered at all by a lot of people who work with sex workers: humanitarian aid. Everyone out there is there to get numbers. Health, they want statistics. That's how many people have you tested? How many sex workers have you tested? And the other organizations, they're just looking around. How many human violation cases do we have? But do we even think about the sex workers, their well-being? What's that person doing? In difficult times, who is assisting a sex worker? I'm appealing to each and everyone who's here. Please, let's come together, try to assist the sex workers through Mother for Future, through Sweat Helpline. Please do this for a good cause. Please support these projects and try to include them in your plans and programs, and do donate for a good cause towards them for the well-being of sex workers. In closing, I'll kindly ask the legislator and other people, and all other people, the lawmakers, try to loosen up the laws. Try to make laws that include sex workers. For sex workers, they always say nothing without us. But for today's theme, it says, we are human. If only we are all human beings, let's assist each other. Let's soldier on together. Thank you. Sorry, one thing. If you want to reach us, we've got a toll-free number. Sorry, we couldn't put our banners here. Our banners, they've got the number. Our number is a toll-free number, 0800 60 60 60. And for a call back, you can send a call back or call within a cell phone, 071 35 77 632. I repeat, that's for call back and WhatsApp, 071 35 77 632. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Snomsa. Sizocela usistudu from SWAT as well to give us
Ake ngiyithulele nje. Awusike ngiyithulele. I would like to thank you for the legislator KwaZulu-Natal, thanking the program director, public participation, and the standing committee for chairperson, and all the department are present in the theme of we are human. I never know that my activism is going to take me home. I'm Tutuzile Dlamini from Sweat, and I'm born and bred here, KwaZulu-Natal. Starting my work, I changed my province due to the circumstances, poverty, uneducated as a black woman who failed by the system of apartheid, and I moved to Cape Town. It's where the journey of being a sex worker started. So I started there. I've been in the industry for more than 15 years. With a confidence in my province as a voter of South African, and being proud of being African black woman who doing sex work in South Africa. Today, to come to my province and present as a sex worker advocate and a sex worker feminist, sex worker activist. SWET was initiated in 1996 after the democratic happened in South Africa, sithole democracy. So I joined SWET, then I become a peer educator, and then I grow from SWET. I started my activism during my experience. There I was experiencing, there was a lot. But today, I'm not going to share the stories. More than that, embrace what the legislator from KwaZulu-Natal taking. Ngiyabonga kakhulu boma wami, bobaba bami, ngibonga kakhulu because bengazi ukuthi kwi-province yami one day I will stand in front of you, ngiz-expose ukuthi ngingomunye wenu wala eMzansi ngahamba ngawukwenza lo msebenzi. So KwaSwethi, we advocating for full decriminalization of sex work in South Africa for more than 25 years. We've been advocating. I really apologize about the noises, but uyayazi mangabe bomama bami upheka makwafaka into ebabayo akekho ngasho ukuthi. So ukungena ka department epresenter kube khona la leyo ndawo leyo it's ish naba labantu. But today we've been advocating for this for years. The Sexual Offense 1957 Act that criminalized sex work, and that criminalization it affects sex workers a lot in terms of taking away their dignity, the power, and their agency as a black woman, limits them to exercise their rights as South African citizens in the democratic country, limits them to make choices about their bodies and keep them so vulnerable. They're experiencing police harassment and unlawful arrest, such as some of the police, they abuse bylaws to arrest them. They're not using bylaws, but they abuse them against by using the bylaws where they arrest them and keep them in a dirty cell, not giving them water, don't give them food, keep them in the dirty cells with the dirty blankets, and not charging them, not prosecuting them and take them to court. In gender-based violence, sex workers really experience a gender-based violence and they die on a daily basis. The perpetrators are still outside there. There's cases that are pending, are not going forward. Perpetrators are not getting arrested, alone, and also media expose the bodies of the sex workers and call it the body of the prostitute, not calling them by names. Hashtag say her name. Into health, there is some of the issues we cannot run away for the fact that sex workers, they have a lot of issues in terms of stigma and discrimination within the public health. Then I will go for, there is many more organizations who support this decriminalization of sex work in South Africa, such as Amnesty International, COSATU and FEDUSA, the biggest union in South Africa, UNAIDS plus ASIJIKI, Human Rights Watch, and many more. Let's create a safe environment for sex workers, because it's very important, the fact that they make choices, even though they choose from the limited choices. These women, they do not have skills, enough skills. We didn't have skills. We didn't get education. No one was in our side to support, to say, there were. If you want to get support, you have to pay. There is a lot of procedure that you need to do. And of which some of the sex workers, they do not have even IDs. Some of the sex workers' children, they do not have even birth certificates. It's very challenging for them. So the criminalization, it affects them even the COVID-19 shows very clear the things that we were calling for decriminalization for years. That was outside there during the COVID-19, where there was a lot of sex workers who were dying, including Ruben. There was a sex workers who were getting arrested. Sex workers become a target. Sex workers, they become homeless because of the landlord. They will chase them out because they don't make money. Sex workers' families, they will suffer. They are affected by COVID-19 more than even before. I think now is the time to work together from the legislature, KwaZulu-Natal. We start to work and create more spaces for sex workers, to building more partners with different departments, taking the issue of decriminalization of sex work forward and pushing the government to do so, support sex workers in their struggle, invite and create spaces of sex workers to do awareness with the department, different departments, to engage more in terms of decriminalization of sex work. This issue need to be in the hand of progressive and not to use their belief and morality. This issue need to be using human rights approach to say sex work is work. Sex workers are mothers, sisters, community members, and the human beings. They provide us for their families. It's time to decriminalize. Those who want to leave should believe with confidence in the industry, and those who want to stay in the industry should be protected and being safety and healthy. We're not running away that there is sex workers in the industry who want to leave, but how they going to leave? How they going to leave if they have criminal record? They will not. So we need to remove this law. That is important. I thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu Sisidudu. Sizocela uConstance from Asijigi, Constance Mathe, kutheza ngaphambili.
Good afternoon, everyone. I greet you all, the members from all the departments. Mina, I'm an activist. I always say I'm a leaders, I'm a comrades. Okay, and I would like to thank you, the program director, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for organizing this event. Very, very delighted to see ourselves in this room today and the legislature to take the issue of the sex workers forward and organizing this event. Thank you so much for this hard work. I really appreciate. First of all, I'll start by introducing my name, and then I'll just give you a brief about Asijigi, who we are and what do we do, so that you can have a better understand. Because most of the people, they don't understand the difference between Sweti, Asijigi, and everything is in one pack, like what is happening. So I'll tell you what is happening. Okay, my name is Constance Mate. I am Asijigi coordinator, the Coalition for the Decriminalization of Sex Working in South Africa. Asijigi was formed on 2015
It was given birth by SWET, Sex Workers Education Advocates Task Force. The reason we formed this coalition, there was a huge gap that we saw that there was a missing gap. The gap that was missing is that it's not only the sex workers. I need people to understand in the room, it's not only sex workers who are calling for the decriminalization of sex work. There is many organizations out there, the members of the community, and also the MPs, the members of the parliament who call for the full decriminalization of sex work. Though it's criminalized, but that doesn't mean that the other people, they recognize the need of the decriminalization of sex work. So we started with the 18 organizations and the few people, individuals on 2015. It was formed and started on 2015. Then we grew up in 2016 when I came on board. Before I used to work for SWET. Then on 2016, we grew up and then we moved to 73 organizations. We move on again, we'll cut it short. We move on and keep on recruiting more organizations. And then on 2021, as I'm speaking now, we are seated with 118 organizations that support the full decriminalization of sex work across the country. The organizations that are involved, they come from the different sectors. We have got the Human Rights Organization, LGBTQI organization, we have got the gender organizations, and we have got men's sector organization, we have got children organization, because the issue of the sex work doesn't concern only the women, gender, it's stretched into different genders, so it's a broad industry. The sex work itself is a broad industry. So the organizations that are involved, there are many organizations. So the beautiful and the unique about this, about the coalition is that one, the leader of the coalition, which is me, I am a sex worker myself. I don't want to say I'm speaking on behalf of the sex workers. I am a sex worker myself. And then the other unique about this coalition, we have got the leading organization from different sectors. We have got CGE as the member of the coalition as a gender leading organization. We have got the labor organizations such as COSATO and FEDUSA. We do have the human rights organizations such as Amnesty and Human Rights Watch organization. So that makes the organization, the coalition, very beauty and unique and very vocally and a broad coalition. So this is how ASIJIGI was structured. But our main focus is on the law reform. That makes the difference between us and SWET and Sisonke. We are advocating for the law reform, while the SWET, they do the service provider, but we do not do the service provider. We are more focusing into the law reform. Before I go into details and break down the law reform, where we are right now about pushing for the decriminalization of sex work, I just want to highlight 5 things that you need to know. The first thing I want everyone in this room, as you leave this room, know that I want to go outside and pass the message and say, number one, the first rule, sex workers are not trafficked, and we are not in support of traffic. We are the people that we are against of the trafficking. And sex work and trafficking are 2 separate issues. That's why they've got 2 separate laws. Number 2, a sex worker in the industry, it's our choice. No one is forcing me. No one has forced me. No one has forced Constancy to be in this industry. Though I'm working for ASIJIGI and I'm not ready to quit. And then the other thing, the people that are spreading rumors that the sex workers are not educated, please go and tell them that I met Constancy, who's holding a diploma on the business management, and she's pursuing her diploma, her second diploma on the project management. She's still studying. Number 4, they said we are useless mother. I am a mother of 2, and both my children are in high school and they're in private school. So I want you to go out and tell you that you met a different sex worker, or you met a sex worker, a really sex worker. If I say sex work is work, this is what I'm calling. So when we are going out there and advocate for the full decriminalization of sex work, we are not advocating just for general people. Remember, who are you advocating for? So the first thing I would like to say about the sex worker currently now in South Africa is criminalized. By the industry being criminalized, it have limited the sex workers in the access of justice and healthy and justice service and labor as well. That makes the sex workers live vulnerable. And remember these laws that they were passed since 1957 on the Act of 1957 on Section 23. These laws, when they were passed, it was before all of us in this room. I was checking, we were born before. And then by calling for the full decriminalization of sex work, we said it's not going to bring the opportunity, the golden opportunity. But we want the human rights of the sex workers to be recognized, and advancing the fundamental of the human rights of the sex workers. That is the most important thing. And also the other thing that I would like to highlight is the people that advocate for the full decriminalization of sex work or advancing the human rights of the sex workers. Please, this is not a moral issue. This is a human rights issue. We are here to recognize the human rights issue of the sex workers. Is my time up? Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay. To round up, I'm so sorry about that. To round up, I would like to say, we as a CGG coalition, pushing for the decriminalization, we will support the litigation that hold the state accountable, and for the human rights and the violation that perpetrate against the sex workers, and develop the new advance of the sex workers' human rights. So what I want you to go, if you want to go and become the member of the coalition, join us on www.acjigi.org.za, or you can call us on 021 448 7875. Anyone can become a member of the coalition. If you believe that sex workers should be decriminalized in South Africa, please become the member of the RCGG coalition. Thank you.
That was too short.
Actually, I gave you more.
All right.
Thank you very much. Sis Constance, I actually gave you more. Now we are going to ask Zinhle Cholwana ukuthi azosipresentela ama resolutions. Ngiyubuzile ke lo mbuzo ukuthi si ready na.
Phew. Okay, well, finally printed. So, all right, so, sorry. Before I begin, I would like to greet all of the representatives, to the chair here, to all of the organizations present, and of course, to all of the, sorry. And to all of you here. Okay. So I am going to read the Sex Work Symposium 2021 resolutions. And of course, the theme of today's event is I Am, We Are Human. Now, the first resolution is, of course, the most important one. So I am going to start with that one. We note that sex work is still regarded a crime in South Africa, and people who engage in sex work are still regarded as criminals. We note that this criminalization leads to the marginalization of people engaging in sex work and the daily violation of their basic human rights. It is resolved that the South African government should fast track the process of decriminalization and regulation of sex workers in South Africa, as this will provide much needed freedom for people engaging in sex work. Number two, we note that the 2007 South African Law Reform Commission, or the SALRC, and the Project 107 report on sex work is still relied upon by the Department of Justice, despite the progress made by NGOs to gain support of the total, full decriminalization of sex work. We note that this report does not incorporate a rights-based approach to decriminalization, and as such, it still takes away sex workers' agency, rights to security, and dignity. It is resolved that the SALRC should engage with not only stakeholders and organizations, but with sex workers themselves to compile a new report that acknowledges and incorporates all the progress that has been made in the fight for the full decriminalization of sex work. I'm going to emphasize the full decriminalization because that is what we need. It is resolved that this report adopts a rights-based approach and recognize that the full decriminalization of sex work is the best approach that can protect sex workers' basic human rights. Number three, we note that people engaging in sex work are called by derogatory names by the general public, which impacts upon our human right to dignity as enshrined in the South African Constitution. It is resolved that the KZN legislature, through its public education programs, embarks on targeted campaigns to educate everyone in the public about the sex work industry with a purpose to destigmatize the industry, to protect and maintain the rights of the people engaging in sex work to dignity. Number four, we note that there is segregation of services according to diseases in the healthcare facilities, and this compromises confidentiality and violates people's rights to privacy and dignity. The Department of Health has a mandate to grant patients access to services by using different interventions. It is resolved that all healthcare workers, especially nurses, must maintain confidentiality and desist from disclosing illnesses of people through their segregation of services. It is resolved that healthcare workers must attend to and treat all patients with dignity and respect, regardless of their race, gender identity, sexual orientation, or occupation. Because once again, sex work is work. Number five, We note that the South African Police Service has the mandate to uphold the Constitution in its entirety. Members of the SAPS are obliged to follow the code of conduct, their code of conduct, in the execution of all their duties. The execution of this code of conduct by police officers, however, is not consistent or effective. We also note that there are numerous cases where sex workers are discriminated against, arbitrarily arrested, and abused by SAPS members. The structure of the SAPS has channels that the public can use to report misconduct of police officers. This includes the public's right to ask to speak to senior members of police stations to report misconduct and abusive behavior. It is resolved that members of the SAPS be held fully accountable for all misconduct and abuse of people engaging in sex work. It is resolved that the existing channels for reporting misconduct be implemented fully and consistently. Lastly, we note that there is little support for sex workers in need of basic human needs, especially during strict extended lockdown regulations that have left many with no assistance and living in poverty. It is resolved that through decriminalization of sex work, many of us will have access to social supports for ourselves and for our families. It is also resolved that governments make a conscious effort to establish social support programs for all sex workers as they are citizens of South Africa. I would now like to open to the floor for any additions to these recommendations and resolutions. Okay, so if there are no additions, I would like to ask a sex work representative, Katlego Ramasibe, to please sign our resolution. I thank you, Comrade. And now I would like to present these resolutions to the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions.
You want me to sign this one? Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. And of course, the process from here is that we will then send the resolutions to the office of the Speaker ourselves. Then the Speaker will have to process them and send them to the relevant departments, because I see they touch quite a number of departments, so that those departments can then respond back to Honorable Speaker, and then we will take their responses back to to the leadership of the sector. So thank you very much, and I think it's been a good day, and from my side, because I'm going to now ask our Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Kaluza, on behalf of the legislature, to thank us and how I think we have really been in the best behavior. We also know that it's a baby steps. We'll get it better as the legislature as well, and perfect, because I think as we are aware that our speaker has passion that we must touch all people that were elected to represent. And she did indicate that my moral issues must not affect other people. They must remain my moral problem if they are a problem, but I have no right to decide that how I see things must be in that way. So that's what the legislature is about. We are about talking to all people that were elected to lead, and hear them and see that how then we can best ask government and force government to do what is required by our constitution. We all have human rights. And if we say all, we can't then have human rights for certain sections of our communities. So that's what we are elected to do, and we'll continue to engage with the sector through the leadership of our Speaker, Honorable Boyce. I now ask Honorable Kaluza to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the legislature.
Thank you very much, Mhlonishwa Usonjika. Kodwa ke by right ubuvele sowuvalile umuntu omkhulu ngoba the parting shots were actually your closing remarks. Sibingelele kuwe program director Baba Sifiso Sonjika, sibingelele kusomlomo shamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal umama uNothemba kaBoyce, sekela somlomo ubaba uMvelase, uChief Whip uNcamalala, uChair of Chairs uMthombeni kanye nodadewethu kaManzini, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Sibingelele kudadewethu uNokthula, representing the mayor of the district municipality. Sibingelele nasentsha ubaba uMtshali esengasekho, mbonile ukuthi nomfundisi osivulelile eqaleni. Sibingelele all our presenters, but ngokukhethekile sibingelele our distinguished delegates. Bese sibingelela kakhulu abasebenzi besishayamthetho beholwa umama uManaidu uNerusha neteam yonke ekhona. Sizoqinisekisa ukuthi ours njengoba nama banners ethe bhaliwe is law making oversight and public participation. Siqhubeka lapho ke njengeshayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi kungabi khona la esingafiki khona. Uke washo umhloniswa uSonjika ukuthi ama morals ethu must not be a hindrance to another person, because uma ngabe sifika thina siyocela ivote lethu lisuke lingenama morals. Ivote lethu alisho ukuthi elakephi, kodwa ivote lethu elomuntu ohlala eMzansi Afrika. Ngakho ke akuzuthi mase sikhethiwe kube khona la esingafiki khona, because ours is to serve and to serve all and sundry. Ingakho ke sikhona namhlanje to say, though we understand the sector and the challenges that are there, but obviously we cannot neglect the challenges and turn a blind eye as if they are not there. If there are challenges that pertains to SAPS through oversight of the legislature, we must ensure that those are addressed. If there are challenges that relate to health department, ours is to ensure that those challenges are addressed because ours is oversight. Ngibonile ukuthi udadewethu uMajor General usephumile, but because we are still live, we want to put it on record ukuthi carrying a condom in public is not a crime. And I will repeat, carrying a condom in public is not a crime. I am currently carrying a handbag. I'm sure I have about 2 boxes in my handbag. Does that mean I must be arrested? The simple answer is no. We must therefore find other means of ensuring that when we identify criminality outside our streets, we identify criminal elements ngendlela esemthethweni. We cannot subject our ladies and gentlemen in proper manner and in proper fashions by saying ukuthi xa ubonakale estradini uphethe ikondom, therefore you are a sex worker, because it would mean all of us here must be arrested. So ingakho sizothi ke ku-SAPS, when you are doing arrest, do arrest in proper protocols. Do arrest in the manner that are within the confines of the Republic, and ours is to ensure ukuthi where there is injustice, we then speak on your behalf and we fight for your rights. We know the challenges that have been raised, but ours, as we have said, ukuthi we will relate them to the correct departments and correct platforms, and we will ensure ukuthi through the office of the Speaker and the Portfolio Committee of PPP, we take it further. But sibonga kakhulu kusomlomo weshayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal for ensuring ukuthi such gatherings happen. We know ukuthi somlomo, it's been very difficult to explain ukuthi why must we have certain symposiums or meet with certain stakeholders. But because of your perseverance and ensuring ukuthi akunamuntu who is disadvantaged when it comes to the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, that is why sikhona namhlanje. That is why sizothi ke as a listening legislature, we are going to ensure ukuthi where kuba nama violations of umphakathi esiusevayo, we will ensure ukuthi that does not happen. Sibonga kakhulu futhi kubasebenzi beshayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal for ensuring ukuthi everything esiyenzayo nesiyifisayo siyi-political leadership iyenzeka and gets implemented in a manner that befits the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. We really want to appreciate umsebenzi wakho, Honorable Sonjika. Siyazi ukuthi now and again ikomiti la ka-PPP ilona elidlala inxaxheba enkulu uma ngabe sibiza ama gatherings or siba nama gatherings that have outside stakeholders. So we'd really like to appreciate umsebenzi wenu, but also we want to appreciate our delegates. We know how difficult it is to come up, how difficult it is to come and speak. But because you know ukuthi yini ebalekile nenifunayo, that is why you are here today. Sicela ukunibonga kakhulu. We appreciate your presence. We know ukuthi ke kwashiwo nasekuseni ukuthi there are things that we have learned ekhuleni kwethu, but because of such gatherings, those that we know ukuthi azihlali kahle in the different sectors, we are going to be unlearning them. So la khona sibeshaya nekhona ama-corners, sicela ukuthi sithi siyaxolisa. It's because we are in a direction where we are still learning to unlearn certain things. So last hamba khona sibonakala ukuthi there are things that we might have said that mhlawumbe ezitholakala ukuthi azisoundi kahle kuthina. You will have to forgive us. We are in a path of unlearning what we have learned along the way. Siyabonga kakhulu esikufisayo ukuthi as we are travel to our various destinations, sifisa ukuthi nihambe kahle, nihambe ngokuthula, niphephe emgaqweni, and we are hopeful ukuthi as we navigate through ensuring ukuthi izifiso zenu ziyenzeka, we also ensure ukuthi as we navigate ukusebenza in our different sectors, sisebenza ngesidima, sisebenza ngokukhulu ukuzithoba nokukhulu ukukhuthalela. We are equally citizens, angithi. We are citizens of this country. We are voters of this country. we know ukuthi what is expected of all of us. So asingathi mangabe senza izinto sithi ingoba naku sekwathiwa yimina. Asingenzi izinto esizaziyo ukuthi we should not do them because sizoblame omunye umuntu. Ours is to conduct ourselves in a manner that befits a citizen of South Africa, that befits umuntu wesifazane, that befits umuntu wesilisa. And ours is to ensure ukuthi where your rights are violated, we ensure ukuthi we champion your interests. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Siswame ngimthandayo, Mamnguni. We have now come to the end of today. May I ngicela nje lapha emuva bangenzela i-announcement yokuthi sizokwenza kanjani ngodaba lokudla. Kodwa nami ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngizibongele ngokungihlonipha, ngiyafisa ukuthi niphephe emgwaqeni maniphindele emakhaya. Since goodbye. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support always.